meeting of the Tiverton Town Council to order. Could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I see Bill has one there. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're not singing because we're so out of sync.
Yeah, that's why you don't sing together on Zoom. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilor Vieira?
Here.
Councilor Edwards? Councilor Burk?
Here.
Councilor Janick?
Present.
Councilor Cook?
Here.
Councilors deMedeiros and Cook are absent.
All right. Okay.
Madam Clerk, I think you said Ms. Cook was absent. It's Perry.
Yeah, it's Perry.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Councilor deMedeiros and Councilor Perry are absent.
Moving forward on the consent agenda, I'll entertain a motion to remove any items from the consent agenda first. Or any desire to move any items?
I do. It's
Donna?
Donna. Yeah. Pull 4C1.
4C1?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it. As far as I
Okay.
know.
And anybody else? Okay. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. I'll read through the items except for item 4C1. The items are A, approval of town council minutes, January 24th, 2022, regular session, January 31st, 2022, special meeting, Councilor Perry absent and abstains. B, acknowledge receipt of minutes from boards, commissions, committees, 1 dog park advisory committee, 1 report. C, acknowledge receipt of reports. Item 2, town administrator, police and fire department overtime reports, January 2022. And D, approval of tax assessor abatements for $4,586.38. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of accepting those items of the consent agenda?
Don't you have to do a roll call?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Bill,
Yes.
Jay,
Yes.
Deb,
Yes.
Donna,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Donna, you asked for item 4C1 to be removed. If you could speak to that, please.
Yes. If you look through the town administrator's report, I had brought this up in October. There is now no heading for an AO report. Not only that, September, October, November, December, and January, there are no reports. Also, I listened to the planning board meeting and also the posted minutes that have not been recorded or approved, signed. It's quite a long list. And it was supposed to bring to your attention, Chris, whether they did or not, I don't know. That's not my job to do that. All I know is that there's no report from the AO when they're supposed to be, and it hasn't been done for months. And there hasn't been minutes for months either, for that matter. So
I can't address the minutes. That was one of the reasons why we replaced the clerk in that position. They are being worked on, from what I understand, from the new clerk. As far as the AO report, those reports were not completed by the time that she went out on maternity. She is out on maternity, and that's why they're not there now.
well,
Hello.
I'm sorry. I get that, but I brought this to everyone's attention in October, and the September was missing. Now you got 5 months going on, probably more. I just find that unacceptable, and that's all I have to say.
I just want to note Councilor Perry has joined the meeting. Councilor Perry, you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know I finally got on, so I'm here.
Thank you. Anybody have anything else on this item? Do I have a motion to accept item 4C1, Town Administrator Department's monthly reports, January 2022?
Moved.
Jay? Bill, I see your hand. Can you say it?
You're muted, Bill.
Second,
There you go.
Okay, I'm going to do the roll call. Councilor Perry,
Yes,
Councilor Vieira,
yes.
Councilor Edwards,
Yes.
Councilor Janick,
yes,
Councilor Cook,
Yes,
and myself a yes. Okay, moving on to item 5. We have no public comments, or do we have, I should ask, do we have any public comments that have been received since then?
No public comments received.
Okay. And just move my papers around a little bit. Okay, so the next item is a public hearing, and Michael, I will accept any and all help on public hearings process. We first will discuss ourselves, Michael, and then open it for a hearing, or do I open it for a hearing? I can't hear you, Michael.
Sorry about, either way, whatever you prefer. I could
Okay.
give you an overview of the ordinance.
All right,
if you
so why
want.
don't you give an overview, and then we'll have some discussion, then we'll open up the public hearing.
Sure. So I think prior to 2000 and I think it's 19 actually, most mobile food establishments were licensed by cities and towns under their hawkers and peddlers licenses, under the provision of the state under provision of state statute, because there was really no fit for them. As a result of the increase in the number of people who actually were using and getting into the mobile food business, the state passed a statute giving cities and towns the ability to license what they call MFEs, mobile food establishments. And they put the regulation of mobile food establishments within the Department of Business Regulation and within cities and towns. About a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, the Department of Business Regulation promulgated a regulation that basically said that all cities and towns must adopt an ordinance regulating mobile food establishments in their communities, in addition to their own requirements, which required basically a state license for them to operate within the state. And along with that state license and the rules and regulations promulgated by DBR, that require them to get certain permits from the Rhode Island Department of Health, and fire inspection from the Rhode Island Department of the EMA department, the Fire Inspection Division and whatnot. And then they basically said, and cities and towns, you must adopt an ordinance. And I believe it was by the December 31st, I think it was 2019. I could be wrong on the date, but in any event, Tiverton did not adopt such an ordinance. We've been a little bit behind. So working with the clerk, who's been pestering me to get this, we finally got an ordinance together. It pretty much mirrors state law, what state law will allow cities and towns to do. State law does set the maximum fee of mobile food establishments to $75. That's the maximum, and that's what it says in this ordinance. You could lower it if you wanted to, but I just put the maximum. And not only can you have them get a yearly license within the town. If there's a special event in the town, you can actually require them to get a special event license as well, and they'll pay a fee for that. So the permit process is pretty much spelled out. You need a permit to operate within the town in addition to getting the license or the permit that you operate by the state. You go to the clerk and she will issue it. And the only requirement really for issuance is that they show basically registration and that they've got a compliant state license. Under the 5860, there are a bunch of regulations that are allowed to be used. And I won't read them all, but there are, some, for instance, it sets the hours of operations. Mobile food establishments shall be allowed to operate 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. midnight, 7 days a week, including holidays. Obviously, that could be changed if you needed to. It tells you there's no flashing of blinking strobe lights. When parked on public streets, they shall be parked in conformance with all applicable parking restrictions. It should not hinder the lawful parking of or operation of other vehicles. No mobile food establishment shall provide or allow any dining area within 10 feet of the mobile food vehicle, including but not limited to tables and chairs. So basically, you can't set up a little table within 10 feet of the mobile food establishment. And then the customer service has to be on the same side as the sidewalk, so you're not in the middle of the street, basically. And then there are other restrictions. You can't operate within 200 feet of any public or private school or municipal park without the property owner's consent. You can't operate in a residential zone unless part of a duly licensed special event. So you're not going to have, Mike's hot dog truck in the middle of your neighborhood selling hot dogs in the middle of summer. There's an exclusion for ice cream trucks, but it's a different animal somewhat. And you can't operate within so many feet of a brick and mortar restaurant. So you're not going to be competing. So if I own a restaurant within Tiverton, and all of a sudden a mobile food, if I was a hamburger joint, basically, and sit down restaurant, and then a mobile food establishment came within 200 feet of that, that would be illegal under this ordinance. They wouldn't be allowed to do that. So basically protecting the mom and pop brick and mortar type restaurants. What else? And that is kind of, the meat of this ordinance. We've been, like I said, we've been kind of looking the other way by still issuing our licenses under the hawkers and peddlers. But again, this ordinance will make us conform to state law and the Department of Business Regulation requirements. And with that, if anybody else has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
I see your hand up, but I think that's for when you came in. Do you still have a question on this, Joe?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm going to lower your hand. Jay?
Yeah. One question, Mike. Section 5856.
Yep.
Issuance fees. So if they have a town license for $75 and there's a special event, they additionally need to get a special event license?
Yes.
And our intention is for that to be $300?
That's the maximum fee, yes.
Okay, and then I'll make a suggestion. The fee for the issuance of an event permit fee shall be $300. Remove the second fee. Just doesn't read well. It's a fee for a fee.
Oh, yeah.
Other than that, I'm fine with the whole thing.
Oh, I'm just under the second line on 5856, you're striking the word fee. So to read the fee for the issuance of an event permit shall be $300. Yeah, that's a typo.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Yep.
Minor thing.
Thank you for catching that, though. So can we make that motion to strike the language?
Should I make it a motion?
Yeah, just in terms of sequence though, Mike, should it read the permit fee for the issuance of an event, special event?
Sure.
That'd probably be good too.
So Jay, you want to make that motion?
All right, so I'll make a motion that we change under section 58-56 issuance fee, event permit fees. The last line in that is currently the fee for the issuance of an event permit for fee shall be $300. Change it to the permit fee for the issuance of an event permit. Remove the word fee, shall be $300.
So the permit fee for the issuance of an event, how about special event shall be $300. The permit fee for the issuance of a special event shall be $300.
You okay with that, Jay?
Yeah, that's good.
I'll
Anything
second
that cleared up,
second.
smoothed out.
Joe seconded it. Discussion on that? Hearing none. Councilor Vieira?
Yes.
Counselor Edwards,
Yes.
Counselor Janick.
Yes.
Counselor Cook,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
and myself, a yes. So that amendment stands. Any other discussion? Counselor Janick.
I'm just wondering about the time until 12 midnight, because our quiet time goes at 11, correct? The noise ordinance,
I thought it was 10.
or 10?
Yeah, I think it's 10.
I'm just wondering if that might, I mean, it says throughout here, no loud bells and all of that. I'm just wondering if we have a ice cream truck going around until midnight, or a, a food truck, that might be late and might cause us some problems with the noise ordinance.
It's up to you. That's the max, that's what the, I don't have the state statute in front of me, but you can certainly limit that if you'd like to.
Surveyor,
On page 3, 5860
can
regulation.
we stick to this piece first, Bill? If you have a new
Yeah.
piece?
It's in regards to that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Letter E, last sentence, no loud music or other high decibel sound horns or amplified announcements are allowed.
Right.
So I don't know if that addresses her issue of loud noises after 10 o'clock.
I mean, I tend to agree myself with Deb that we should probably close those in a little bit tighter. If anybody has suggestions, and we could, and Michael, I don't know the reference, make it comport with what our current hours are for
10
noise.
p.m.
Yeah, I don't know what the earlier hours are. I think there's an earlier start time, so to speak, like 7 or 8.
Instructions like 7:30,
I thought it was 8 o'clock.
or is it 8 o'clock?
So would folks be amenable to 8 to 10, or you want to look at something different? 8
I
a.m.
think
to
it
10 p.m.?
should follow the noise ordinance, basically, I think.
So 8 to 10 would be fine.
All right.
I've
Is that a
never seen a
motion?
night.
I'll
I've
make
never
that a
s-
motion.
Okay. Councilor Perry made a motion. Deb, do you have a second there?
8 to 10. 8 to 10.
Donna, you had something you were saying?
I just never seen an ice cream truck at 12 midnight. I've never seen one, actually.
I mean, even if you have an event
Yeah,
It's-
I've never.
for them, right?
Right. And if it's an event, we can, Michael, am I accurate? If it's a special event, we can limit it further if we need to?
Correct. That's, you probably do that as the issuance of the license, yes.
Yeah.
And you might actually want to expand it. Could be like could be a long night event too. So.
Okay. I have a motion and a second to change the hours from 6 a.m. to 12 midnight to new hours of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Under section
Any
H.
further?
The only
So
night that
this
would be in
is on
effect is
H.
New Year's Eve. That's the only night we stay up till midnight. That would be the only night.
Where's the
might be
ice
you,
cream
Joe.
truck? Ice
I'm
cream
saying
truck
that would be the only night that I think we would stay up until midnight is New Year's Eve.
with ice cream.
James,
Okay. Any further discussion? This is on section 5860H, where the hours will be changed. So I'm going to, hearing no further discussion, Councilor Vieira,
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, is that a yes? I didn't hear you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Councilor Janick,
Speak up.
yes? Sorry,
Yes,
I have a new computer, so I'm still trying to work out some of the bugs. Councilor Cook,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
and myself a yes. So that H is amended to 8 to 10 p.m. Any other items on this that folks want?
I just for the benefit of the council, I wanted to point out, so you need a special, if you look at section 5861 F, if you're going to operate within 500 feet, you cannot operate within 500 feet of a fair, festival, or special event or civic event that is licensed or sanctioned by the town unless you have obtained the event sponsor, it's the special license that we talked about before. So I don't know if 500 feet is sufficient enough. I bring to mind from my own town is the Situate Art Festival. I don't know, I know you have that Part in Gray Festival. I don't know where people park or whatnot, but so anyway, I just wanted to just bring that to your attention. So if you're obviously, if you want to be 600 feet, you wouldn't need a special event license, but if you want to be at 450 feet, you would, so.
So I'm trying to picture what 500 feet looks like.
A mile, 2 football fields almost,
500 feet?
or,
Yeah.
yeah. A football field's 300 feet long.
Okay. I'm not a sports person, so, okay, all right. And Michael,
Figure five telephone pole lengths. Each telephone pole is 100 feet.
Attaboy,
So
Joe.
figure 5 of them is 500 feet.
That's
Give you a rough
Okay.
idea.
and Michael, let's use Park and Gray as an example. To be on that property, they'd have to have the Park and Gray sponsors, the trust want to have them. They also have to have the special event permit for that mobile food truck?
Yes,
Yes, okay. Okay,
if they're gonna be on the grounds, yes.
yes, okay.
But they could be on the main road, so that, they could be on the, if they
So
have
they
a
could be
site
down
like-
at Town Farm. They could be down at
Correct.
Town Farm.
Correct.
That's outside of that distance, yeah.
Can I ask a question quick? So earlier, when we have the, like we had a child safety day at Longplex. And they had multiple food trucks there. Now, is that considered a special event?
That was sponsored by the owner of Longplex or not?
It was, well, it was the town's event and he let us use his
Okay.
space.
That would, again, that's up to the event sponsor if they want to allow them in or not. Would that be considered a special event? Probably, yes.
Okay.
I think it's really more designed for, big wide community events like the Park and Gray. And I think of the Situate Art Festival, those kind of things, but not necessarily these smaller venues where you're not going to get maybe that many people, but that's up to the town. And that's on private property. That was on private property, I'm sorry. Then Mike, you just have to go to public hearing after, if you guys are done figuring out.
Okay. And we're putting forth as amended.
Yes,
Tonight.
sure. Yeah.
Okay. So if I hearing nothing else, Joan, did you have something? I see you waving your hand.
Yeah, sorry. Just as I'm reading through this again, turns everything over to the town clerk. I don't see where anything says it needs to be approved by the town council.
It doesn't. It's all about you. You issue all the licenses because what they basically do, you're more just kind of like you're just kind of looking through the to make sure that they have all the paperwork and that's what the statute requires, it be issued by the town clerk. There's no approval by the town council.
Okay, and changing the hours of operation, that's in regard to a special event.
No,
Correct. Especially event permit, yeah.
Okay, all right.
no, the hours of operation were global.
Right,
Yeah.
except for the special permit.
Oh, I see. However, so we still have to issue the special event permit. And then if I am the event sponsor and I want to have Mike's hot dogs truck at the event, Mike's hot dog truck then needs to go to the clerk to get the permit fee for that?
Just let me look at that 1 second. I'm sorry, Mike, what was your question?
No, the special event approval still needs to come through us, the town council, correct?
Well, it's not really written that way, to be honest with you. It's still through the clerk.
The special events right now are through the clerk?
Oh, well, no, I don't know special events. This is a separate,
Right,
this
so-
is, yeah.
I know, but if I'm I just want to make sure we're all clear on this. If if the trust is running Pardon Gray, they need a special event permit to run Pardon Gray, correct?
Yes,
Yes, that comes to the council.
they need a special event, and then they also need a noise ordinance, noise variance.
Right, and that comes to the council for
Yep.
approval. If they want to have Mike's hot dog truck at that, the permitting process for Mike's hot dog truck to be at that special event goes through the clerk.
Correct.
Okay. Okay,
As well as, exactly, that would be a special event permit issued by the clerk. For the food truck to operate at that location on that day.
yeah, so maybe that first change we did doesn't read well then?
Well, it says the permit for the issuance of a special event permit shall be $300 and approved by the clerk and the council. You can say that, I guess, if you want it, but the problem is you might get, the idea is to make it easier for these vendors.
Yeah, no,
to-
and I agree with that. I agree with that. I just want to make sure the language is clear, but it all falls under mobile food establishment, so,
Correct.
okay.
I have another question.
Sure.
It's almost in the same realm as Mike Burk. We've had people come before us for the special permit to have weddings outside. And I believe there was one in particular that wanted to have food trucks. Does that, having the food trucks, do the food trucks have to pay for a permit to be at a permitted special event for marriage?
I don't think that would be a special event as defined in the ordinance.
Okay,
That's a private event.
okay. All right. Oh. Okay.
Any further, Bill?
So Councilor Burke, just going back to your example. If anybody wants to hire a food truck, right off the bat, it's gonna cost them $300. Do you think that maybe we're pricing some food trucks out of the business for any kind of event with $300? Maybe some events may be big and maybe worth the $300, but maybe some, any kind of event, right off the bat, the expense is going to be 300 plus. So I don't know if we're pricing mobile trucks at events right out of business. I don't know.
I'm not sure that, so it would only be a special event. If it's a private party, that's not a special event. If you want to have,
Go ahead.
if you look at 5855, if utilizing private property, any mobile establishment permitted under the provisions of this article must have a letter in the possession from the owner of the property on which he is selling, authorizing the establishment to sell upon the property. So basically, all you need is a regular permit. You don't need a special permit for that. So if I want to have a house and I want to have, so if I want to have a cookout, and I want to have a food truck there, I could do that in that regular permit. But if I want to have, so that's not a special event, Bill. That's just a private party. Special event is more like a public event.
So then, Pardon Gray is on private property.
Says not, good.
So that-
If you look, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. If you look at F, not within 500 feet of any fair, festival, special event, or civic event that is licensed or sanctioned by the town. So that's what defines, if it's licensed or sanctioned by the town, that's what gives it the overlay of it being a special event.
So our special permit, special use permit, whatever we call it, means it's licensed by us to hold that event
Correct.
on private property.
Correct.
Okay. What's the purpose of having a
Special permit.
a special permit fee for these events?
It's the ordinance allows, the state statute allows it. You don't have to have it. That's a
Chris,
You don't have-
do you see any, Chris or Joan, do you see any compelling administrative reason?
Except that it makes you be able to, I'm sorry, let me answer that. It does allow you to regulate, however, if say the Part and Gray, they have their own little, they sell donuts, maybe they may have their own cookout there, right? They sell their own food. And they raise money through that process. And then all of a sudden you have a food truck there. You're going to take away the revenue that those groups rely upon to fund their event, I guess. So that's
And
probably,
actually-
yeah.
And we had that challenge when I was the treasurer, because they had just started getting some food trucks in. But they felt it outweighed, the benefit outweighed the challenge. And they also charged the food trucks to be there,
Oh, so they did make
if I
money.
if I remember right. I'm just, kind of going in what Bill was talking about. Are we being overly restrictive? And if so, what's the reason behind it? So Chris or Joan, do you see any compelling administrative reasons to A, have a fee, and B, have a fee that's that high?
So I don't have any problem with the fee, but I would think that you would have the right to waive the fee if, let's say, Pardon Gray Open Space wanted to charge the vendor to provide the food. The town could actually waive that fee, but it does bring them to the table, that's all.
But we still could have them come for a special event permit
You could.
without a fee or with a minor fee, correct?
I can't think of any event that we would have or that we have had. It's not gonna make or break the town to charge a fee at this point, but I can't think of one.
Yeah, I can't think of one either. Because we have the farmer's market, there's food trucks there, but that comes under the farmer's market
Right.
ordinance. You have Pardon Gray, but that's again, that's a private property. So that comes under the private property section of the permit process.
Now,
So
but
it
Mike's
wouldn't-
saying no, because we would be approving it as a special event.
Right, but the person applying for it is not the food truck. It's the Pardon,
Of
the trust is
the
applying
event.
for it.
The event itself.
I understand that, but from what I thought Mike said earlier, because we are basically sanctioning it by approving it, then it falls under 5856, needing a special event permit. And right now, this fee of $300.
That's true. That is correct. That's what they ordered.
Then we go for I always forget the name, is it St. Christopher's on Stafford Road?
Yeah.
Yeah, St. Christopher's.
Their big event.
No,
All
that's-
the church events that I think probably need some type of special permit.
Well,
They
that
do.
would-
Each of these organizations have special event permits with a noise variance. So the St. Teresa's comes in and says, I'm going to have a festival. It's going to be over 2 days and I need a noise variance. So they get the special event that regulates the hours that they're operating, that they're open. And they get a noise variance because they're going to have a band or entertainment. But if they had so what you're saying is if they had a food truck, the food truck would also have to apply for a special event license and pay $300.
As written right now.
Yep.
Well,
Then you're probably not going to have any food trucks at any of these events.
But to lower the fee, I mean, or you
So
can just,
could you make the fee so that it would be no greater than $300 so that the council could weigh on each and every one applicant as to how they wanted to charge?
The clerk, it's the clerk.
yeah.
I don't know. That,
You got to set it so it's not arbitrary. So you just got to, you
Right.
got to,
why don't we
Right.
just don't have it? Just don't have the fee.
I guess if, again, I'll go back, if I'm operating Pardon Gray Day, I've come to the council, gotten all my approvals. I want to have, I'm planning on having 2 food trucks there. It's on private property. And I know that they have to meet at least the regular permitting requirement. So we have to permit them at $75. So I can't have, Joe Perry's Clam Shack that he just threw together at the last minute and hasn't been permitted by us. But I can have Chris's Hot Dogs. I'll go to Chris now, because he's got the permit. So
It turns into a private event, though.
no,
they're-
it's on because we're sanctioning it. It doesn't. We're giving them a
Well-
special event permit.
Yeah, but Mike just said that if there's a wedding and they want to have that you don't have to get a special $300 permit to be at the wedding because they want to have food trucks at the wedding because they
That's
already
different.
got a. I
Sorry,
just
go
think
ahead.
it's kind of anti-business. I mean, aren't we trying to I don't want to take away from the town businesses and they're paying taxes. On the other hand, it seems kind of I don't know, like punishment or something.
So let's go to public hearing as is, and then we can come back to this after the public hearing.
Okay,
Does that sound okay for folks?
I think so.
This is the public, oh, yeah.
No, we
No,
didn't. I
we
didn't
haven't-
open the public
Haven't
hearing.
opened it.
Hearing, yeah.
Jay, did you want to go before I open the public hearing?
No, well, all I wanted to say was, we already require them to, before they can do business in the town, they have to have a license, which costs them $75. And I agree with you. What is the point of having additional fees? But we do need to make sure that whoever the host of a venue is makes it known that there will be food trucks there so that we can make sure they are licensed to do business. Whether or not we add a fee beyond the $75 or not. I mean, we get money out of it, sure, but how far do you want to go?
Okay.
Joan, how much do we charge for a hawkers and peddlers license now? What is that fee?
I believe I think that's,
$5 or something like that.
it's either $50 or I don't have it at home. Sorry.
That's right. Again, these are maximum fees set by the statute. You can lower these fees if you want to. Just they can't exceed $75 or $300.
Okay. So
Well,
I'm gonna, and maybe somebody can look that up as we're having the public hearing. I'm gonna open up the public hearing on the permitting requirements of an ordinance and amendment of chapter 10 of the revised ordinance of the town of Tiverton related to mobile food establishment permitting. And I do want to note that we have currently made 2 amendments to the document that was on our docket. One is an amendment to section 5856, just moving around some language. The permit fee for the issuance of an event, special event permit fee shall be $300. And then that's under section 5856. And then under section 5860H, we have modified the hours of operation to 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. So is there anyone from the public? Chris, can I come back to you, or is this to clarify
No,
something?
it's to clarify something. So anybody from the public who are watching on YouTube videos that are not in the Zoom meeting, you can call 877-853-5247. You'll need to punch in the meeting ID number is 864-5983-2710 and a passcode of 555779. It's all this is written on the council agenda. It's posted on our website. Again, anybody who wants to call into the meeting who is not already here at Zoom can dial in at 877-853-5247.
And anyone in the Zoom audience, if you wish to speak on this, just please use the raise your hand function in Zoom, and we will let you into the panel for you to provide us with your comments. So does anyone on the Zoom audience wish to speak to this in this public hearing?
Currently, there are no hands up. I'm going to repeat the phone number again for anybody out there on YouTube videos that are watching. It is 877-853-5247. That phone number will put you right into the Zoom account, and that meeting ID number is 864-5983-2710. And again, that's all posted on the Town Council website for access to this meeting. Also on the Secretary of State as well.
So, I'm sorry. So I'm just looking at, I'm waiting. If you're interested in getting rid of the fee, which you certainly can do so, you're still going to have the restriction of not within 500 feet of any fair, festival, special event, or civic event that is licensed or sanctioned by the town unless the vendor has obtained permission from the event sponsor and is duly licensed, period. And you just you can just leave it like that, and then there would be no fee. It still limits them, it's not to be within 500 feet, but unless they meet those requirements. So you don't need to have a fee.
Joe, I'm going to hold off on our discussion until after I close the public hearing. So I see your hand. Keep it up there. Anybody in the Zoom audience who wishes to speak to this? Okay, and Chris, you have no call-ins?
There is no call-ins. There's nobody in the attendee room asking to speak. So at this point, other than the town clerk, I think hear from her, and then we can close the public hearing.
Yeah, well, we can close the public hearing even before that. So I have a motion to close the public. Do I have to get a motion to close public hearing, Michael?
Yes.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Don't move.
Bill and then Jay is the second. Any discussion on closing public hearing? Seeing none. Jay,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Deb,
Yes.
Donna,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
and myself, yes. I'm going to first go to Joe because you did have your hand up before, Joe.
Yeah, the only question I had, Mike, was why can't we leave a fee there and just take it as an inquiry? As if somebody wants it, we can either waive the fee or we can keep it. Does it matter if the fee stays there or not?
Well, the question is, yeah, it kind of does, because it puts the clerk in a very uncomfortable position. She's the one who's going to decide to waive it or not. So, maybe, I don't want to make this clerk or any other future clerk be charged with being, arbitrary as to like, oh, well, you allowed it for the Pardon Gray to waive the fee, but you didn't allow it for St. Christopher's, or something like that. So that's my own concern, Joe.
Okay, I
Madam
understand.
Clerk?
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
You wanted the information on
Fee.
Liz license?
Yeah.
For peddlers and hawkers license, if it's a non-Tiverton resident, the annual fee is $100. If it's a Tiverton resident, fee is $40, and that's per year. We do have other fees by day, by week, and month, and they're below those 100 for non-Tiverton resident and $40 for a Tiverton resident. They always come in for a year. They never do a month, day, or a week.
Thank you. Jay?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna tell you what Joan did. I looked it up.
Thank you.
Um,
Bill?
I'm gonna suggest we drop it down to $50 from $350. I think that's somewhat of a fair fee that they can pass on to the party event. It's not an exorbitant fee, and for whatever reason, we have this fee, but it's not an exorbitant fee. So I would drop it down to maybe $50.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Bill, in a minute. I want to see what Donna has to say.
Okay, let me get rid of my hand before I all right, now I'm a little confused. You're bringing down the $50 to $50. Are you talking about 75 to 50? You're talking about the $300 to 50?
$300.
Okay. I don't see anywhere in here that is talking about $100 for the year or $40 for the year for residents and $100.
Donna, it's not. We had asked what the hawkers and peddlers ordinance states about fees. So Joan was responding to that.
Okay. Well, I don't know why we can't institute those fees into this. I don't see any problem with that.
So
We've got-
this, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mike. You have a problem with it? It's
No, so you can't, so
suggestion.
no, so the current enabling legislation doesn't allow you to make a distinction between non-residents and residents. These are,
Okay.
it's one fee.
Okay, I get that. Okay. Geez, unbelievable. All right, so I don't know. I'm against that. You want to do the $50 the special event fee? Is that what you're saying, Bill?
Reduce
From
it from $300 to $50, yes.
I would be more willing to go along with that, but then that's less than the 75. Are they already paying the 75 also?
Would
Oh,
be in
so it
addition
comes-
to 75.
So it's
But only if they're doing
150.
it. Yeah, only if they're doing it at a sanctioned, council sanctioned special event.
Mm,
So,
all right. All right, thank you.
thank you, Deb.
I'm kind of with Donna. I think if they pay their $75, I wouldn't want to have them have to pay more for a special. Like, how many of those do we get, Joan? Do we get many? I mean, we think like Pot and Gray, or I'm just wondering if I'm a vendor and I have to pay $300 to go to like Pot and Gray, hopefully I'm making up that money by selling my wares. But if I don't have to pay anything, I go to Pot and Gray, then maybe I'm more willing to donate something to Pot and Gray, or, Pot and Gray, or whatever the group is, could then ask for, if you want to bring your food truck here, we'll charge you whatever, and take it as a donation to their fundraiser. But I would be okay with just letting that $300, just taking that right out and just doing the $75 one time for 1 year.
I would actually concur with that, and I appreciate, Bill's suggestion of moving it down. Michael, I just noticed this. So under 5856, that first fee, the regular permitting fee to operate the truck in town, that's supposed to be annual?
Yes,
Should we say that?
it says it in the beginning.
It has the dates. It has like between January and March
Yeah, it
31st.
tells you it's an annual license.
Oh,
Fifty-eight,
Where does it say
57.
it? Can you, where?
58, 57.
58.
Duration and expiration.
Oh, okay.
from 1 year. Okay.
You're right.
So
And
I'll
that's also,
entertain,
that's also
Go ahead,
required.
Mike.
I'm sorry, that's also required by the state.
I'll entertain a
Well-
motion of some sort. Bill, if
Oh.
you want to make your motion of reducing that to 50, or if somebody else has a different dollar amount, or if anybody wants to make a
Yeah.
motion to strike that sentence completely. If we strike that sentence completely, Michael, then do we need to modify anything else?
Yes, if you strike the special event fee, then you've got to modify section 5861F.
61F.
5861F, yes. So to read, not within 500 feet of any fair, festival, special event, or civic event that is licensed or sanctioned by the town, unless the vendor has obtained permission from the event sponsor and is duly licensed, period. And then you strike the rest.
Okay.
Again, there's nothing in the enabling legislation that requires you to have a special event fee. I just put it in it so you can have this discussion. I could have made that fee $10, so
Oh.
I just gave you what the maximum was, so you guys could have a discussion about it.
So I'm
Um,
looking for a motion.
Okay,
of some
can I
sort.
make a motion?
Of course you can.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion that the $75 fee for the year go to 100, And we,
And
and
Yeah.
we, and
75.
we'll, excuse me?
75 is the max.
Yeah, Don, 75 is the max by the statute. I'm sorry. You can go under 75 for the annual fee, but you can't go
Yeah.
higher than.
We can make it 100, can't we?
No, we
No.
can't. The state law only allows up to 75.
State. Oh, all right. Well, I was just going to mediate between the two and just make it 100 and get rid of the 300. Okay. I guess we're stuck. I'm just don't want the 300 fee. Okay.
All right, so
I have
okay.
nothing to say.
I just need a motion for what we want to consider.
Yeah, I want to consider not having the $300 fee.
So is your motion to strike the sentence, the permit fee for the issuance of an event, special event permit fee shall be $300?
No, I
And
want,
yes.
no, to strike that, to remove that.
strike it. Yeah, remove it. Yeah.
Okay, and to also strike under, what'd you say, 58?
61F, or has the
61F.
special event permit issued by the town of Tiverton.
So it would, that sentence would end, you'd strike and is duly licensed or has a special event permit.
No, and is duly licensed, period. You're gonna add, you'd add a period after license.
And strike everything else.
Strike everything.
Oh, I
else.
get it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And strike, section 58-61F. Everything stays in place except or has a special event permit issued by the town of Tiverton is to be eliminated.
Correct, and adding a period after the word license.
Okay.
I will
Yeah, the period. Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, I have Deb Janick seconding that. Let me just read it back. We'll have any further discussion and then take a vote on that. Councillor Cook's motion is to, on section 5856, remove the second paragraph, which reads the permit fee for the issuance of an event, a special event permit fee shall be $300. That would be stricken completely. And then under 5861F, everything after duly licensed, there'll be a period after duly licensed. Everything after that is stricken. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that? Okay. Councilor Vieira,
Yes.
Councilor Janick,
Yes,
Councilor Edwards,
yes,
Councilor Cook,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes,
and myself a yes. Okay, so now we have, so Michael, we can move this forward tonight, correct?
Yeah, could we actually just pass it as amended if you want to?
Yeah, I know, yeah. I just want to make sure there's nothing prohibiting.
Yeah,
us
so
from
the
doing-
public hearing is now complete and you can pass it and this becomes effective. On passage, because it doesn't say otherwise.
Yeah.
Oh, so ordinance shall take effect upon, oh no, that's a canvassing ordinance.
Upon
It's-
passage,
Oh,
On passage, okay. So do I have a motion to approve an ordinance and amendment of chapter 10 of the revised ordinances of the town of Tiverton, article, section 1, article 3, establishing mobile food establishment permit as amended?
so moved.
Jay, and I think Joe was the second?
Yes,
Okay, any further discussion on this?
Just one thing,
Yep.
it's not chapter 10,
Oh,
it's chapter 58.
who
Oh, I'm
said
sorry.
10? Oh,
chapter 58. Oh, I see. That X is just to put the chapter number in there?
yes, it is.
Thank you.
oh, well.
I thought it was Roman numerals. Come on.
That's my fault. I should have taken it out, but it's
It's
chapter
about as high
50.
as I can count in Roman numerals too. Okay, so I'm gonna take a vote unless I hear any further discussion. Councilor Vieira,
Yes.
Mike, can I just
Councilor-
interrupt? I don't mean to interrupt roll call. I know it's improper, but could we just, in passing it, could you also give the solicitor the ability to correct any and all minor grammatical issues with the ordinance? Not, that doesn't change the substantively, to make sure it conforms like that, what you just said, what we just caught, like the 58 from the X 10.
Yeah.
So
Councilor Edwards and Councilor Perry, are we fine with that amendment to your
Yep, yep.
motions? Okay.
Yes, so moved, yes.
And we should make a habit of that when we're doing this. Chris, can you let Denise in? She's in the audience. So Councilor Vieira again,
Yes.
Councilor Janick. Deb?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, there, we couldn't hear you. Councilor Edwards,
Yes.
Councilor Cook,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes,
and myself, a yes. I want to note that President deMedeiros has just entered the meeting. And unless she tells me differently, I will pass the baton to her and let her know we are just starting appointments and resignations. We just finished the public hearing on the food trucks.
Mike, why don't you continue for a little while?
Okay. So we have in the audience, if you can let him in, Chris, our first appointment, item 7A, Cemetery Commission. It's a 5-member board with 1 vacancy. Our applicant is Mark Desrosiers. And if I said that wrong, Mark, please correct me. 589 Hancock Street. Request appointment for a term ending 4/15/2024. Mr. DeRosiers, thank you for joining us. I know you have given us your application. If you can just, for the public, give us a brief piece of why you would like us to consider you for appointment to the Cemetery Commission.
Lifelong Tiverton resident. I have several family members in that cemetery, and I would just like to be a part of it.
Okay. Does anybody have questions for Mr. Desrosiers?
yeah. Have you been to any of the cemetery meetings?
No, I have not, Joe.
Okay.
Hearing no other questions, I would first entertain a motion to waive our requirement to, Donna, do you have a question?
Yeah.
Donna?
I'm sorry. Hi, Mark. This is
Hi.
Donna.
I don't.
Yeah, I was just wondering, do we have anything in the charter on the Cemetery Commission at all? Or is there anything that he could read as to what the job description is for that? Have you
Yes.
read it at all, Mark? Has
I
anyone?
haven't
No?
gotten or read any documentation.
Yeah.
I'd be looking into that. Yeah.
I believe there is a chart reference in the charter to the Cemetery Commission.
Yes,
Okay.
there is, Mike.
All right, I have no problem with waiving and having him on there. I'm just hoping that he reads in if anyone could give him a part of the charter for that is about this commission, I think it would be helpful for Mark.
I agree.
And
Madam Clerk, could you do that? Could you just send him a reference to where it is in the charter?
It's actually under the boards and commissions. Cemetery Commission has information as to what the charter references.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So on the
I was-
website, Mark?
Okay.
On the town website, there's the boards and commissions section. If you look in there, and it'll take you to the charter if you want more.
Yes,
It's
Yeah.
section
Okay.
1006.
1006.
Yep, it's on page 22.
26?
1006.
22.
Okay, okay.
Oh, yeah, 1006.
Yeah. Right.
Donna, is that in the form of a motion to waive our procedure to wait?
yes, please, let's waive that and
So just
appoint
one
him.
motion at a time. We
Okay.
got to do the waiver first.
oh, yeah,
Um,
okay.
We have a motion. Do I have a second on waiving?
I'll second it.
Councilor Perry seconded it. Any discussion? Seeing none. Councilor Vieira,
Yes.
Councilor Janick,
Yes.
Councilor Edwards,
Yes.
Councilor deMedeiros,
Yes,
Councilor Cook,
Yes,
Councilor Perry,
Yes,
and myself a yes. Do I have a motion to appoint
yeah.
Mr. Desrosiers to the Cemetery Commission for a vacancy with a term ending 4/15/2024?
I'll
So
make that
moved.
motion.
Joe, and then I think Donna was the second.
Yes,
Well,
Any further discussion?
Denise. No.
Councilor Vieira,
Yes.
Councilor Janick,
Yes.
Councilor Edwards,
Yes.
President deMedeiros,
Yes.
Councilor Cook,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
and myself a yes. And Mark, we want to thank you for stepping up and volunteering. We always need residents to help us out to make sure the town runs well, and we appreciate that from you,
I
and
appreciate you guys.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Welcome
Mom.
aboard, Mark.
Thank you.
Moving on to Open Space and Land Preservation Commission. It's a 9-member board, 1 vacancy. Before us is Corey Caroline P. Alexander, 299 Nanaquacket Road, requesting appointment for the term ending 4/15/2024. Corey, we see you here. Welcome.
Thanks.
If you could just give us a brief summary of what interests you in this board?
Sure. I'm a fairly new resident to Tiverton. We moved here in March of 2019. And since moving here, sort of looking for an opportunity to, contribute. And the Open Space Committee seems to align with, my skills and experience. I'm I trained as a landscape architect, and I still work in landscape construction. I actually, in 2009, I joined a company here in Rhode Island. So.
Great, thank you. Anybody have questions for Corey?
No, I just would, I think that it's a great match, landscape architecture and open space. I think that we definitely need some new blood, some people with new ideas, and it's a great group anyway to begin with. And I think that you would be a good asset on that group.
Thanks, Deb. Appreciate that.
I have my,
Councilor Cook, go ahead.
yeah, my usual question. Hello, how are you?
Thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if you had seen what's expected of you for the Open Space and Land Preservation Commission.
Yes,
in
I
the
did. I
charter.
saw
Yeah.
the documents and I did attend the last meeting.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to make a motion. Is anyone? have a
Donna, I
question?
just want to see if anybody else has any
Yep.
other
Mm.
questions.
Yep.
Anybody? Any further? I'll go to you in a second, Donna. I just want to, one thing, Corey, I want to, and I have mentioned this to open space members as well as having been on the board of the Land Trust. It was one of my mantras. We do a really good job of having open space in the south end of town. We don't do a good job of having accessible open space north of 24. And one of the duties of the commission is the orderly development and accessibility to open space areas to all neighborhoods. So I would urge you to help that commission have a greater focus on development in areas where we don't have that type of access.
Good point. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna, you wanted to make a motion to waive?
Yeah, I was going to make a motion to waive and appoint.
Okay, so we have a motion before us to waive our requirement to wait one meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. Councilor Vieira,
Yes.
Councilor Janick,
Yes.
Councilor Edwards,
Yes.
Councilor President deMedeiros. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Yes.
Councilor Cook,
Yes.
Councilor Perry.
Yes.
Do I have a motion to approve Corey Caroline P. Alexander to a term ending 4/15/2024 on the Open Space and Land Preservation Commission?
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Janick motions and Councilor Vieira seconds it. Before I move to discussion, Corey, do you have any questions for us? I should have asked Mark.
Not at the moment. Thank you, though.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion among the council members? Councilor Vieira,
Yes,
Councilor Janick,
Yes,
Councilor Edwards,
Yes.
Councilor deMedeiros, President deMedeiros,
Yes.
Councilor Cook,
Yes,
Councilor Perry,
Yes,
and myself, yes. And again, on behalf of the council and the town, we want to welcome you to this, to the open space session, and thank you for stepping up and volunteering, because without volunteers, we cannot run our very well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Moving on to Solar Ordinance Advisory Committee. I see you've let Jim in. There are 4 public members. We have 2 vacancies. Before us tonight is Jim Spears, 494 West DeMello Drive, request an appointment. And note that this is intended to be a short-term committee, so there's not an end date for the appointment. I believe the committee itself has an end date. And if at some time we need to look at modifying that end date, we can do that. But for now, anybody on that committee is on there for the duration unless they decide they don't like us. Jim, can you talk about, welcome. Can you talk about what interests you in being on the Solar Ordinance Advisory Committee?
Yeah, hi. Well, as everybody should know, I'm on the open space and on historical cemeteries, both of which are somewhat related to solar farms, since they tend to be large, particularly the large commercial ones tend to be large properties. And my primary interest here is to make sure that these things get placed in the right location and not in the wrong location. Because we particularly want to not impact neighboring homeowners, and we don't particularly want, and we do not want to impact cultural resources. So I want to make certain that we put them in the right place, don't put them in the wrong place. Put them, make sure that they're going to be consistent with every requirement that we have. I have a strong technical background, so I fully understand how these things work.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for Mr. Spears?
I do.
Go ahead, Madam President.
Hi, Jim.
Hi there.
I just want to make sure that you're open-minded to other suggestions that are made, and you look at the whole community as a whole. I read this and it concerned me a little bit because it sounded like you were a one-person issue. And I just want to make sure that you're willing to be open-minded, hear everyone's opinion, and go forward.
Oh, yes, definitely. If I left you with that impression, that was not my intention.
Well, it's just part of the resume where you said that you didn't feel that it should be in historical areas and open space areas. And I just want to make sure that you're not here for just that reason.
No, the point is that they should be placed where they belong, so that they're not terribly impacting these other kinds of places. We know for a fact right now that the one at Wingover Farm, there's a historical cemetery on their property. So that's one of the areas that we would be sensitive to.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Spears? Deb?
I just comment, I think it's a great balance because you already have solar personally, correct, Jim?
Yes, I do.
So you're familiar with it, so you're pro solar, and yet you still want to be able to put it in the right place and make sure it's done correctly. So I think it's a great marriage of the two sides. So I think you'd be protecting our historical cemeteries, our open spaces, and trying to get that ordinance so that it's the best for all of Tiverton.
Thank you. That's my goal.
Other questions?
So
Jim, I just have one myself, and I've asked this of the other 2 public members. I want to make sure you understand that the focus of this committee is to draft a solar ordinance and not to look at other things such as, folks want us to look at community aggregation, things like that. That's not the purpose of this committee. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. I'll entertain a motion to waive our procedure for waiting for a meeting.
So moved.
So moved.
It's Bill and then Jay seconded. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Councilor Vieira,
Yes.
Councilor Janick,
Yes,
Councilor Edwards,
Yes.
President deMedeiros,
Yes,
Councilor Cook. Councilor Cook,
you're muted, Donna.
she may have stepped away. I'll see.
No,
Oh, there
I
you are.
didn't. I'm
There you
right,
are.
I'm right in front of you with myself turned off, sorry. Yes.
Councilor Perry
Yes,
and myself, a yes. And now I'll entertain a motion to appoint Jim Spears to the Solar Ordinance Advisory Committee to fill one of the two remaining vacancies. So moved, said by who? Who moved
I
that?
was one of them, but take your pick.
Bill, then Jay, second it. Any discussion? Seeing none, Councilor Vieira,
Yes.
Councilor Janick,
Yes,
Councilor Edwards,
Yes.
President deMedeiros,
yes,
Councilor Cook,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
yes.
and myself a yes. And again, Jim, on behalf of the council and the town, we want to thank you for stepping up to volunteer for this committee and all your volunteer work with us. I know you know how important that is.
Yes.
So thank you very much. And I look forward to working with you. Myself and Jay are the council members on that. I believe are the only two council members on it. And now we are going to move
over here.
to the Juvenile Hearing Board. A 7-member board, 2 vacancies for alternate positions. And before us tonight is Robert Sodoma, 19 Bayview Avenue, requesting an appointment to the alternate position with the term ending 10/15/2024. Bob, welcome. I see you there.
1, 2, 3, go.
Bob,
Do it.
Bob, are you there?
Can you unmute yourself, Bob?
He doesn't show as muted.
You might be muted on his
Incognito right
phone.
now.
Now, Bob? Is your volume up? You have your microphone set properly?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Great, thanks. Bob, welcome. Do you want to give us an idea of your interest in?
Let me call in. I'm gonna call in.
You're good right there.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Can't see
You
you.
can't hear us.
Hi, Bob.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're good.
Hang
Can
on a
you hear
minute.
us?
No, he can't hear us, Mike.
Yeah, he probably has his settings
Can you
off.
hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
You can't, now we can't hear you.
Bob. Bob, can you hear us? Oh,
You
no,
can
he
hear
can't
us, but we can't hear you.
Well, he did something wrong.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what happened.
Should I write him a note?
Try F4 on your computer.
I just text him.
Yeah, I tried to text him too.
Bill, while we're
Bill?
waiting for Bob,
Can we move E up and then let Bob?
Yeah,
I
but
was
I
just
don't
gonna
think he
suggest that.
figures out what the problem is.
he was going to call in, but he's looking at the papers to find the call-in number, I think. So let's, unless there's disagreement, objection, I'm going to move to item E. If we can let Mike Janick in if he's here.
Bob, just call my office, 625-6710.
I don't think he can hear you, Chris.
Is Mike here? No.
Is he there?
Oh, there he is. There he is. He has already moved. There he is. So, no objection to moving up to E first, and we'll come back to Bob. Okay. So
Vote on
before us, we have, for the Budget Committee, 11-member board, there's one vacancy. We have Michael Janick, 374 Judson Street, request appointment to assume the vacant position with the term ending 11/4/2024. Mike's currently in
Can you
a
hear me?
term that ends, and he's gonna have to tell us. Yeah, Bob, hang on.
Yeah, Bob,
Hang
we
on.
can hear you, but just wait a minute, okay? We have Mike up now.
So, Mike, if you want to talk about why you're interested in this longer term position and when your current position ends.
My current position ends, I believe, November of this year. I'd be scheduled for election. I have determined that I'd want to contribute to the town by serving longer on the Budget Committee, and the opportunity to just move it out to 2024 for the next election cycle that I would be on is my reason for requesting this change.
I'd like to make a motion, Mike.
Well, can I just ask a question? Yeah, that's a question. Mr. Janick, you were appointed to the position that you hold now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If you were elected, it would be a different, I think we'd take some other steps. Denise, you had a question, is that?
No, I was gonna make a motion to waive our policy. And obviously Gibby approves, so.
So, yeah, Deb, I think you're gonna have to recuse.
I was gonna ask, do I recuse or do I abstain?
You recuse.
Recuse,
Come here.
So.
He need to act before he changes his mind.
Motion to procedure policy to the week meeting to make this appointment. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Councilor Edwards, and any discussion on the waiver? Okay, hearing none, go to a vote. Councilor Vieira,
Yes.
Councilor Burke, yes. Sorry, I'm looking at the screen.
I think, Mike, you froze.
Mike is, yeah, he's been having.
Yeah, Mike is frozen, so.
Mike is frozen.
So where were we?
Me, I guess.
All right, so Jay,
Yes.
Bill, did we do you?
Yep.
Okay. Joe,
Yes.
Deb has recused herself. Donna,
Yes.
I'd like to make I'd like to entertain a motion to appoint Michael Janick, 374 Justin Street, to the term ending on the Budget Committee to the term ending 11/4/2024.
So moved with gratitude.
Second.
Mike, I want to thank you for this because this is probably the worst committee in town besides us. So I want to thank you for wanting to do this a little longer because it's quite the job. All right, so I have a motion. I have a second. Bill,
Yes.
Jay,
Yes.
Bob, no, wait a minute. I'm trying to, Joe,
Yes.
Donna,
Yes.
I'm a yes, and Mike's still frozen. So
Am I
welcome
still
aboard.
frozen? Can you hear me? You
Yep.
I
can't hear
can
me?
hear you now.
Yes.
Well, thank you all for your confidence. I appreciate it.
All right,
Mike.
thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
Debbie, you're back. All right, so Bob, you here? Bob Sodoma, can you hear me? Chris, what's going on?
Don't know. I'm trying to get a hold of him.
Oh, boy.
Joe, did you text him?
Yes, I did.
I don't know what he's doing right now. Look at him.
I thought he was
It's like he's taking a nap.
I even told him, I even gave him Chris's
Bob.
phone number.
Let me see if I can text him.
If you can text him to call my office number, I'll put him on
I
speaker.
did. I text him with your number. I'm gonna try calling him.
We
Stop
can't make this
laughing.
up sometimes.
You gotta love Zoom, you know?
I don't think we're gonna be doing this much longer, so.
Please, let's
Bob,
not.
are you there? Sorry about the dog, guys. Come here. Yeah, he's trying to get us.
He's on the phone.
Yeah, he's talking to Chris, I bet you.
Ah.
Oh, not yet.
No, who's he?
I'm
Joe, is
talking
he
to Joe.
talking to you? Well.
Bob, I want pepperoni if you're calling in a pizza order.
I know, that's what I was just thinking. Oh, all
Chris,
right. So,
Chris, he's gonna
Hang
call
on.
you right now. He's gonna
Hang
call
on.
you right now. I gave him your number.
but Chris, how are you gonna do this?
I'll put him on speaker.
Okay.
Hello, is this Bob? Hey, are you calling number 6? Do you have the count and the amount? All right, we got you on. Let's see if we can get this resolved. So they can hear you fine. So just
No, we can't hear him.
and you should be able to hear them fine as well.
Okay,
Bob,
on.
can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I can hear you now. This is a commercial for something. All right, so Bob, you want to be on the juvenile board?
Yes, I like it.
All right, tell us why.
And the reason why, well, I've
Is it because of your computer skills, Bob? So I'm teasing. Go ahead,
He hung
Bob.
up.
I can't hear him.
No, he hung
Bob,
up on
call
the
me
phone.
back.
Call back to Chris, Bob.
Oh.
You gotta call me back, Bob. You hung up.
Oh, he's gonna do it. This is gonna be on some Facebook page tomorrow.
I can't say anything because I'd be worse.
I'm only teasing.
Push the redial button.
I think
He's
he might
ordering
be
his
trying to get-
pizza bill.
All right, Bob, don't touch a thing.
all right. I'm not doing anything.
No,
Can you hear me now?
yeah, I can hear you fine. Don't
So,
touch
Bob,
anything.
So Bob, tell me why you want to be.
I'm going for the juvenile board as an alternate. I've been involved in the town of Tiverton with youth for many, many years. And I feel as though anything you can do to help a juvenile, point them in the right direction, go in the right direction, is a plus. I've been involved in the Tiverton Junior Basketball League for many years, Tiverton Little League, Tiverton Girls Softball, even under your Recreation Commission, we deal with kids at the beaches and stuff like that. It's just something I'm very interested in. I think I being a plus to the board.
Any
Now,
questions
Bob,
from
you-
the council?
Bob, you do a lot of community service. Do you have time for? Do you have time for this?
Well, yes, I do, because if you look at it, the meetings are held on the first Monday or the first either Monday. I think it's Monday of the month, which I do have time. Unfortunately, the dog park is coming up. I'm not going to reapply for that because the meetings have been changed to the same meetings that we had the Recreation Commission. So I can't be at the rec meeting and at the dog park meeting at the same time. So I'm not going to reapply for the dog park. And I will have the time to get involved in this.
Yeah. Well, Bob, I think you'd be a really good person for this because I do know that you have been involved for many years with the juvenile, with the kids in Tiverton. Any other questions for Bob, Mike?
Thanks for wanting to do this. And, I know you from your time on the Rec Commission and my short time involved with that, and appreciate your work and your dedication to that. Having helped to write the original Juvenile Hearing Board statute, just a question. I heard what you said and that kind of fit in with the scope of it. But can you give me an example of what you think an appropriate sanction might be for a young person who comes before the juvenile hearing board?
I can just about hear you. I hate to ask you to do this, but could you repeat your question?
So can you give me an idea of what you think an appropriate sanction might be for a youth that comes before the juvenile hearing board?
Again, Mike, I'm sorry. I'm having trouble with the audio on this.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
It's just it's on my end over here. This thing's a mess over here.
All right, move on, Madam President.
Right. Any other question? Well, he can't hear any questions. So we need to have a motion to waive our policy.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Bill, you second it?
Second.
Okay. Motion's been made in second. All those in favor, Councilor Vieira,
Yes.
Councilor Edwards,
Yes.
Councilor Burke,
Yes.
Councilor Janick,
Yes.
Councilor Cook,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. I don't know if you can hear me, Bob, but welcome aboard.
We didn't
Thank
take a
you
vote,
very
we just
much.
waived.
No,
Madam
that was
President,
just
we
a
didn't-
wave.
The poor connections. But I want to thank you very much. I really look forward to serving us commission. Thank you all.
Madam President, that was just a waive.
And hopefully we can meet in
Oh,
person.
yeah, I'm really, really sorry. No,
Yeah, we
All
only
right.
waived.
Denise.
Thank you.
okay.
Motion. Motion to appoint.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, Councilor Vieira,
Yes.
Councilor Edwards,
Yes.
Councilor Janick,
Yes.
Councilor Cook,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Thank you,
And
Bob.
And I'm a yes.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
everyone.
Mike,
Thank
Mike,
you.
I think I should just have you
apologize
run the
again for the
meeting.
audio.
Yeah, Bob, thanks.
Okay.
All right, general business.
Thank
Mike, do you want to continue the first item? I'll be back.
Okay. We're on general business item A, DPW Director Rogers, discussion and possible vote to award the contract for bituminous concrete crushing rental to AJ Potter and Son Incorporated up to an amount of $28,800. Rick, do you want to speak to this, or Chris?
So Rick should be here. Rick, can you speak?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Ah,
Yes. Yes, thank you. DPW's request is to approve DPW spending of up to $28,880 for bituminous concrete crushing. And I'm happy to give you some background if you would like.
No, this is a recurring
It is.
annual thing, so.
Yeah, not necessarily annually, Jay, but yes, it periodically we do crush or request to crush the stockpiled asphalt and excavation spoils, and it allows us to create a gravel mixture that we can use in roads and drainage.
any questions? Rick, just to be clear, so thank you, you gave us last year's approved item, which was for 2,500 tons at $7.60 per ton for $19,000. Your estimate of the tonnage has gone up, which is why there's an increase in the price, correct?
Yeah, exactly, Mike. The unit price is the same, but when we put it out to bid, we put it out for the 2,500 tons, but it's now estimated at up to 30, let me see what the number is,
800.
3,800 tons.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the director? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the awarding of the contract for bituminous concrete crushing rental to AJ Potter and Sons Incorporated up to an amount of $28,880?
So moved.
Joe and Jay is the second. Any discussion on this? Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Councilor Vieira,
Yes,
Councilor Edwards,
Yes.
Councilor Janick,
Yes.
Councilor deMedeiros,
Yes.
Councilor Cook,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
and myself a yes. Thank you, Rick. You're all set.
Thank you.
All right, Mike, I think I can do this.
Did you muzzle him? I
well,
hope not.
No, I
I hope you
muzzled
didn't
him.
muzzle him.
There's a lot going on here tonight.
Yeah.
Councilor Burke, discussion and possible vote regarding ordinance section 2107, casino gaming revenue for 2022 revenue and FY 2023. Councilor Burke.
Thank you, Madam President. So we have an existing ordinance that expires at the end of this fiscal year. So we do need to do something with this ordinance. And these are simply initial thoughts. I see it as a starting point, open to discussion. I recognize that some of my terminology may not be accurate in terms of how I refer to accounts, and I hope I would want the treasurer to and the solicitor and Chris to make sure that the terminology is accurate. And the transfer to the general fund is intended to move that reserve. So we talk about for that to get up to 10%, and that we've had many discussions. I know the treasurer has recommended to us that our general fund eventually get up to, I believe, 10%. So I have that 10% number in there as a suggestion. And that's, so you have before us, just to give you a sense of this, section B allocates 40% to what I call a restricted acute capital project account to be used for, things that absolutely have to get done pretty quickly. 40% would be transferred to the restricted capital projects account, and used for similar projects as we have done this year for both us and the school committee. And then 20% placed in the restricted general fund for use, for the regular budget. Funds to be transferred to the restricted general fund will continue until it hits 10% of the town's current op budget. And at that time, the casino funds would be split 50-50 between the other two accounts, the acute and the kind of regular capital account. Casino gaming revenue would only be expended after the fiscal year in which the town receives the revenue. So, for example, anything we receive this year can't be this fiscal year, can be expended next fiscal year or later. It's not intended to say you have to spend everything that year. Following completion of, I have some suggestions when we get to that last paragraph, but that really speaks to it's intended to speak to a similar process as what we have used this year, where we got some ideas from the school committee. The administrator gave us ideas, and we had our discussions and came to agreement on how to add those funds for which projects. So that's the intent of that. And it would take effect as of the end of this, whenever the next current ordinance goes out. So we want an effective date. I guess that would be July 1.
Yeah, I think June is the sunset clause on the last ordinance.
June 30th of 2022.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would any councilors like to speak on this?
I would.
Go ahead, Donna.
As you know, I don't necessarily agree with this, but I do know at E, I want to point out that as far as I know, it isn't quite legal to force another town council to go by this ordinance in this sentence. As you look at E, go down to nothing herein requires the town council to expend any available funds from these accounts, but at no time shall the town council have the authority to transfer any of these funds to the restricted general fund reserve account or to cover operational expenses for either municipal government or the school department. I would like
My-
Michael Marcello to answer that. I thought you couldn't tell another council what to do.
So is that language is legal until it's changed by another council. So in other words, if another council wanted to come along and actually transfer that monies into operational expenses, all they would have to do is just amend the ordinance and they could do so.
Or make another ordinance, right?
Or
Mike?
or repeal the ordinance or do exactly.
So every town council, no matter what town council in the future, Donna, they can change this ordinance.
Okay. One other thing. I in no way see at any point in time that this ordinance has any guidance for allowing it to be spent, with the exception of ignoring section 203 and how money's to be expended. It's outside of the charter. And I have yet to get a written legal opinion from Michael when I've asked about it before as to why the revenue is dispersed and voted on and spent by the town council as they see fit without any input from the public. And I don't mean by a survey. It's very clear in here that anything over $500,000 is to go before the voters.
And Donna, I think we have gotten a legal opinion from Mike describing that the casino money is different than revenue brought in by the town by taxation.
It says major appropriations. It doesn't say anything about it
Well,
being
you've been
tax
fighting
money.
with us on this all along, and no one has really challenged us to a greater authority. But Mike Marcello has told us that this is possible. Am I right, Mike?
I think he's wrong.
Well,
I do.
Well, that's opinion.
Yeah, well, that's your
it's his opinion
and
too.
If you want, you
He's
can,
he's an attorney.
right, if
See,
you want,
There's the problem right there.
No, it's not.
That
I
yes,
don't
it
practice
is.
law. You don't practice law because you're not an
Okay,
attorney. I don't
but
practice law.
Donna,
'cause I'm
If
not an
I
attorney.
could just finish my thought. For anyone to be put in a position where the town has all this money and sort of in a bully position where someone is saying you need to go by the charter, has to use their own money. If it needs to go to have someone as a third party to say whether it's right or it's wrong, and I feel that it's wrong, then so be it. The town should pay for that, because I do not agree that over $500,000 can be spent. Non-tax money, call it what you want. It says major appropriation. A major appropriation is $3 million according to my thinking, and it needs to go before the voters. Other than that, yes, I think it's not unreasonable to have it in restricted accounts, but it's also, you have to think about, you can't run operations spending this money on the side. Anything that you're spending on is operations. You can't run the fire department, the police department, or DPW without their trucks. So if the casino money is not there, then you're going to have all of a sudden all of this money having to come out of a regular budget, because that's the argument. It's been an argument that I've been told, that what if we don't have the casino money? So whether you spend it over here or you spend and say it's not in operations, it's always in operations, and it will bite you in the butt eventually.
Donna, I totally disagree with this. We're spending it on capital expenses so that we don't go out for bond. And I've said to the point of exhaustion, this will decrease taxes. It definitely will decrease taxes. And as far as we do listen to our lawyer is giving his opinion, and we've moved forward with that. Mike?
No.
Just, I am befuddled by the suggestion that our whole budget is operational. Any business, any government entity has an operations budget, which is basically the day-to-day expenses, employee salaries, benefits, supplies that you're gonna use within a fairly short period of time, that type of stuff. And then there's capital. Capital could be small, like leasing out a copy machine, to fairly large, like buying a new dump truck. That's what a budget is. There's capital and there's operations. So to suggest that everything we do is operations, then I guess we have to redo everything that we do for our budget process, because our docket has capital and operations. So that's I'm just befuddled by that. And I appreciate that you have a different opinion. At the same time, it's your opinion, like I have my opinion at the end, and we have our attorney who has provided us input on this. And it's a legal opinion by somebody who practices law. I don't practice law. I don't think anybody on our council currently practices law. And even if we did, I wouldn't be there as an attorney for the council. I'd be giving my opinion as a council member. So I appreciate that we all may have our opinions, but that's what they are. And at the end of the day, this council will decide how to move forward with this or not. Thank you, Madam President. Jay has his hand up.
I'm sorry, I'm on mute. Councilor Edwards?
Let me get my hand down. And Mike Marcello, correct me if I'm wrong. Corporations come from taxation. The casino revenue is a different animal. And I've always been an advocate of the idea that this should never go into the budget in such a way that it will be used to fund operations. Because once it's used for that purpose, it is gone forever. Whereas if we put it in restricted accounts and use it only for capital projects or to increase the capital reserve, then it's protected from being used for operations. By making sure that we don't spend it until it's actually in the bank, that means that we're not affected by its loss. If it's in a restricted account and if for some reason the casino revenue is not forthcoming, then we simply do not use it for capital because we don't have it. We'd have to find another way to fund those necessary capital expenditures. We weathered this storm with COVID for 2 years. We weathered this storm because Chris Cotta and Mike Marcello got the state to agree to keep making sure that we get the casino revenue. By doing this, in and of itself, it is tax relief because you're using the money for projects that we need that would have normally been funded by tax revenue. So I don't understand the confusion or the resistance to this idea.
Any other counselor?
Yes, Madam
Janick?
President.
All right. Joe, Deb had her hand up. I'll do
All right,
Deb
all
and
right.
then you, okay? Go
Yep.
ahead, Deb.
Well, comment, under acute capital projects, is that like emergencies, Mike? Like emergency project?
Yeah, that's my intent. So let's say, God forbid, a bridge collapses, that is our responsibility and we need to fund paying it. So that's kind of what I'm thinking with that. We might want to, by policy, come up with a way of rating projects. And we could write that into here, but that's my intent, yes.
I do really like that we took out the municipal part so that it's just capital across the town. So that would be schools or municipal. And then we'd have that restricted account, and then we'd have the other account. And I think what we really need to do, and I know Chris has put together a lot of different ideas, is maybe like the schools do some kind of a 5-year plan so that we have what we need capital-wise and kind of prepare for how this would look over the next 5 years, and kind of prioritize things, knowing that things may get pulled off of that, go into under the emergency because it may be needed faster than we had planned. But I really do like looking ahead and trying to predict what our plan is. And the 10% for the into that general fund reserve, I think that that's really where we need to be headed. 3%, I know the charter says 3%, but we saw when we were not getting that casino money or didn't know if we were getting it, 3% is really very, very small amount. For a rainy day, you really need a little bit more. And I do believe that most of the towns in the area are higher, like 7, 10, 12%. At least they were a couple of years ago. So I do like that. I guess we could maybe kick around the 40%. I'm not sure if we need to go a little less with the restricted acute or emergency, a little more with the regular, just to try to catch up. But that's definitely open for what people's thoughts are. So those are just my comments.
Councilor Perry?
Yeah, Madam President, the problem I have is that when the casino was campaigning the people to vote for the casino, they were told that, this would help the taxes by the casino money would help lower the taxes. And I kind of feel like Donna does with the charter, where we shouldn't be spending more than $500,000 because anything above that, I think, should be up to the people. If they want to spend it on a new fire truck or they want to spend it on, the library, I think the people should have the right to vote where that money goes, not 7 people to decide where that casino money goes. So that's kind of how I feel.
Come over here. All right, but Joe, we are reducing taxes. You realize that by giving the school department $2 million to replace all the bathrooms that has been on their needs list for 5 years. We're not taxing to do that right now. Taxes would go up if we decide, and we know those bathrooms were unsafe and unsanitary, and we needed to get it done. So by spending that money, we are not telling the people this needs to be done and put it on the back burner if they decide it doesn't need to be done, because at some point we will be forced to do it because of unsafe conditions. So I just feel, I think people are just not getting that when we're not asking people to fund this, we're not taxing them. We're spending the money that the casino is giving us. That's just my opinion. Mike, you had your hand up again. You're on mute, Mike.
I'll let Donna go first if you like.
Oh, I didn't even notice. Go ahead, Donna.
Thank you. All I'm saying is that there's nothing wrong with having some capital accounts, just like we already have. It's called 999. Call it what you want with the casino money, if you want to keep it out of quote operations. My complaint is that you're keeping the people out of it. They need to be voting on anything over $500,000, and they make the choice whether they want to spend it on the items that you put forward to them, or maybe you can give them choices, but to just take them right out, that seems very wrong to me. And I really feel that it's a charter violation. So that's all I have to say. I just think it's wrong.
Attorney Marcella, would you like to comment on this before I go to Mike Burke?
I mean, I've already given the council a legal opinion on it, written, I believe, a while ago when this first
Yes.
came up. There was a concern whether or not we could even put this money in a restricted account, and I think the opinion, I stand by that opinion, and there's really nothing more that I can say. I mean, you know, the council presumed to act in accordance with state law when they do this, and in accordance with the charter, unless proven otherwise. And you know, while I respect the different opinions, at the end of the day, if you want to challenge the validity of an ordinance, the way to do so is, and if you have standing to do so, which is a different issue, your remedy is to go to the courts. So that's really all I have to say. I mean, I think we've worked hard. I do have some concerns with some of the language in the ordinance, Mike. But I don't want to get in the middle of the council while you're having this interesting debate. But there's some other. I think it needs to be tweaked just a little bit more on a couple of items. But I don't want to really. Other than that, I do believe that what the council is doing. Again, we've already done this before. We're just now changing the percentages of where it goes. So that's really the principle of which this ordinance was based upon remains the same based upon my original legal opinion. But the council certainly has the right to change the percentages or get rid of the ordinance in its entirety if they wanted to. And I think that's what Councilman Burke is doing right now. So that's all I really have to say.
Right,
I'll be happy to circulate that memo that I think it was done a while ago, but I believe it was done for the Budget Commission as well. So
Yeah, I think I have it, Mike. Councilor Burke? Deb, I see you. You'll be next.
Just
Trying to
thanks.
figure out how to do
Just very quickly to underscore a couple things. One is thank you, Michael, for raising that legal opinion again. And I think, you know, you very clearly articulated the legal aspects of it. Second is, and Joe, I appreciate again where you're coming from with this. Just to reiterate what the president said, and I have been very forthright. I was in support of the casino, and but I was also forthright in when I talked to people. I very openly said, "Look, I think here's what we need to do," and what I've laid out here is pretty much what I've said to folks in terms of how we manage these funds to allow us to address our needs that in many ways have not been able to be addressed for many years, as well as look to the future for things that may need to be done. And to do it wisely, as Deb said, to be able to bank the money and make sure we have the funds there to do it. And we would not be, with the way this is written, you know, we can't do anything with this year's casino funds right now because they're not in the bank until the end of the fiscal year. That comes next year. So that's when we can start looking at that. And I'm not even suggesting that we should spend it every year, spend it down every year. We might want to say, you know what, we're not going to spend this year because we want that pot of money to grow, because we have in that 5-year plan suggestion that Deb has, you know, we have these couple items that we know are going to be fairly costly. So that's, you know, the kind of forward thinking and wise use of taxpayer dollars on the taxation end, because we're focusing those taxpayer dollars on the things that we need to operate on a regular basis. We're using casino revenue funds to help address those capital issues that need to be addressed and put some money in the bank and increase that, general reserve fund so that we're protected from major emergencies much better than what we are now fiscally. Thank you, Madam President.
Deb, you're next.
So when we decided on this last year at some point, I remember that I really did want to put an expiration date on it because we still did not know if we were getting or what we were getting, or if anything, from the casinos. And now we know we've got the legislative language that says we'll be prorated if it shuts down, thanks to a lot of work from Chris and Mike and our legislators. So I think that we can see the plan kind of coming together and going ahead. But just to play devil's advocate, if we were, because I do fully believe that using this money to purchase capital, wisely purchase capital items, we are reducing people's taxes. Now, people may say, well, I'd rather just have it all go into a big pot and just write it off my taxes at the end. But then how do you pay for the plows and the roofs and the school and, you know, the different items that we desperately need? Because people will then be saying, why is my street not plowed? You know, it snowed all day, all weekend. My street wasn't plowed. Why not? Because we didn't have a plow. So to play devil's advocate, if we were to put those items on the docket for people to vote on, what if they said no? What if they said, no, we don't want that plow, we don't want the fire engine? Then we would have to go with the will of the people and not purchase them. Taxes would be lower, but what would our safety be like? What would our town be like? Our streets wouldn't be plowed, we wouldn't have emergency services, we wouldn't have paving, the schools wouldn't have adequate buildings. So I think that if we put together a sound capital plan, which can be tweaked over the years, but look at what we foresee, and maybe then we can start to do this rotation for the big equipment, the big vehicles, so that we're not waiting until 10 years down the road, and now we're putting so much money into replacing engines and whatnot, and having to go out for bonds or putting things on a payment schedule that we're paying so much in interest on. So that's my thoughts. We are definitely decreasing taxes by doing this. It's paying for these items without taxpayer money, and it's getting us what we need, those items that we've had to kick down the road for so many years because we just couldn't afford it. And we're just trying to make up that for that, all that lost time. Thank you.
Chris, Jerry Locken has
Yep,
his
yep,
hand
yep.
up. And I think as school committee chairman, he wants to weigh in on this.
Hang on, I'm gonna bring him in. Jerry, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Jerry, I
Um,
assume you wanted to weigh in on this topic?
Yeah, so just speaking for myself, not as I'm not representing the school committee, but certainly having observed this process over the last several months, couple of years, I just want to comment on one aspect of it, or maybe two. One is that, you know, we live in a representative democracy, not an Athenian democracy, and it's, you know, most people don't want to be engaged every single week or every couple of weeks to make every single decision. So I commend the council for taking on that responsibility. And to that point, I can't think of a more transparent process than this council has followed. You know, you guys tried to set up a committee to sort of go through this process of what to do with the casino money. And I think there really just weren't enough volunteers. And then there were multiple hearings to sort of work through the process. And I think ultimately it did work. And so if there's any doubt about the capacity for voters or citizens to be able to weigh in, that really just is not true. Many people have weighed in, and everybody's had multiple opportunities to do so. And I just, again, I'm here for a different reason tonight, ultimately, but I commend you guys for the transparency with which this process has played out. That's it.
Thank you, Jerry. Jay, did you have your hand up? I see you, Chris. Councilor Edwards, did you want to say something?
No, I didn't
Okay.
have my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I saw you. Chris?
So I obviously, I'm not a policymaker. I put together and process the things that the council directs me to do, but in the same vein as what Jerry just had alluded to, I agree. There has been no more transparent process than what this town council has gone through to ensure that there was nothing frivolous for it, that there was nothing that, the schools, as we have seen from their last 5-year plan, had in excess of $20 million that still have desperate needs for. The town has multiple issues that where there are needs. And I think as long as that the transparency stays there, as it has been throughout this process, as to what we're trying to do to provide relief for the taxpayers and not hit them with a tax to do that, that these monies are being used exactly as they were intended to do. And it is being done very similar in another community in the exact same manner. That is proved time and time again to be the most efficient and prudent manner to do it. Jerry's right. People don't have a lot of time, energy, and effort to sit down and go through the minutia of what we do as a governance to make sure this town runs appropriately. We have many, many needs. But I think this town council has been extremely fair and prudent and transparent about what it is that they've tried to do. And I have not heard any complaints about this over the past year of what we've tried to accomplish. We still have many needs, and so don't the schools. And I think as long as this process continues, I think it's the best thing for the taxpayers, because you are prudently spending the money in areas that they see that this town needs. So.
Thank you, Chris. Any other council like to weigh in? I think I've let everyone speak. Bill, did you want to say anything at this point?
I'll just be real quick. I've kind of been against this for the last 7 months for the reasons that everybody stated. Plus, I think there's a difference between need and want. And what we think we need is maybe something that we want. And I think that the deciding factor a lot of times is the budget committee. And we've essentially taken the budget committee out of the checks and balances of this to decide what we need and what we want, along with the schools. Having said that, though, it has been out there for 7 months. I haven't heard from the public either way. And I know they're out there because I hear from them. I hear from them regarding solar farms, oyster farms, short-term rentals. We've heard from them. So I know they're out there. And like Jerry and Chris have said, I haven't heard anything negative. I haven't heard anything negative from the public. I haven't heard anything negative from, the budget committee. I don't know. I can only assume that people are in somewhat of a fate. I hear that there is signatures being obtained out there. I haven't seen them in regards to being against this. So,
Bill, you did make a good point. When we had the joint meeting of the budget committee, school committee, and ourselves, the budget committee, for the what I took from that, and I think the most of the council will agree with me, they were very much for what we did. A couple of the budget committee members said it's about time. You're getting rid of some of these capital needs. We did not hear any pushback at that joint meeting. And we were very explicit on how we spent the money. We gave them the PowerPoint presentation on paper. And we did not hear any of the budget committee members say you're taking our job away. So to me, that's a positive. I think they have liked what we've done so far. And like you said, I haven't heard complaints.
I may have heard complaints, one-on-one situations, but there's really been nothing, no public, no letters to the editor, nothing. And I don't know where to go with this. So
I do have to tell you, being part of this process for 20 years and watching all these projects being pushed back all these years, and it wasn't the budget committee at some point that didn't put this in their budget. It was alternative budgets that knocked this off. And a lot of those alternative budget voters told me because they wanted to decrease their taxes. That's what they're looking at. And I'm not saying that's wrong, but like Deb said, and Jerry said, we are the ones that work with this day to day. We know some of the needs. And at some point, like Deb said, nothing's going to get plowed because we took it out to the voters with an alternative budget, and they said no.
Me
What do we
personally, I would like to focus some of the $3 million on reducing the deficit, reducing our debt with those accounts that we can focus in on, not the whole $3 million. I think it should be shared with the school and with the town. But I think that before we incur any kind of bond or any kind of debt in the future, I think any type of financial advisor would tell you that get rid of your debt. And me personally, before I'm looking at the next capital project, the next capital investment, I would be looking at working with the treasurer to reduce some debt. That's what I would factor into this ordinance. But that's my personal opinion. Thank you.
And we could, there's a lot of sentiment to that. And I would be, to be honest with you, be very for putting a percentage into paying off some of our debt. I do agree with that. Not, you know, we could very easily pay it down over a few years, but we could take a percentage and put it that way. I do like Mike's ordinance, but we could take a percentage from different parts of this and pay off debt. Donna, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to, we've gone around and around with the debt thing. Most of our debt is bonds. And we've had the treasurer come and explain that you just can't pay off a bond. It's a different category. It's not like you're going to pay off your car or something. People buy those bonds and they only come up after a certain amount of years for you to refinance them, which has already been done and they can't be done again. So I think it's 10 years and Denise already did that. And we did save some money on that.
Well,
So
I'm
maybe
I don't think Bill's just talking about bonds. He's talking about the payments on different things that and I don't have it in front of me, but we do take a loan out on cars, on fire trucks, like we just did on a fire truck. I think that's what, correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, but that's
There are 2 or 3 accounts, I think that Ms. Surratt mentioned it a few years ago. There are some accounts that we cannot, without incurring a penalty, pay down, but there are some other accounts that we can pay down. So I think that with a portion, a third or whatever it may be, a portion should be dedicated to that with those accounts that we can pay down. I'm not saying, I know the school bonds we can't pay down, but there are other accounts that we could look to. Thank you.
We have refinanced that. You're right, Donna, because that was a few years ago when I was president and I did sign that. We have refinanced the school bonds.
Hmm.
All right, so if no one else has anything to add, Mike Marcello did want to tweak this a little bit. And there's been a couple of suggestions. So what I would like to do is table this until the next meeting. Mike comes back and looks at this, fixes the wording that he's uncomfortable with. And if any of you have ideas, come forward with it then. Is that a good idea with all of you? You can shake your heads.
Works for me.
Okay.
I just want Denise, I would just want the treasurer to, look it over and make sure, language from her perspective is accurately portrayed.
Yeah, I was thinking, Mike, that we can invite her to the next meeting and she can
Right,
help
but
us.
if she can talk to Mike even,
Okay.
like if I'm naming accounts the wrong way, make
We'll
sure.
bring
they
her
get
into it.
properly.
So definitely see it.
Okay. So what we'll do, Mike, do I have to table this or we just, this is just a discussion and I'll just put it on the next agenda? Mike Marcello?
I'm sorry. You could just put it on the next agenda.
Okay, and then once we probably by hopefully by the next meeting, we can go out for a public hearing.
Yeah, I'll talk to Mike. I'll meet with the treasurer and Chris in the next 2 weeks and finalize this. I honestly didn't get a chance to talk to Mike in the last 2 weeks, so we can do that soon.
And if any of you have any ideas with the different percentages and you want to move the funds around a little bit, please come to the meeting in 2 weeks with your ideas.
Or try to convince Mike in the interim to move it.
Okay.
We can.
All right, we'll move forward then. Councilor Vieira, discussion and possible vote to refer to appropriate committees regarding update on Stonebridge Dock and on potential Dignity rental spots, dock expansion and beach expansion to include kayak racks at Grinnell's and Fogland. Councilor Vieira.
Thank you, Madam President. If we could bring in friends from the Harbor Commission and Economic Commission, I would appreciate it.
Sure,
If
so
they're
who do
still
we
there.
have? So David
Chris?
Stewart, right? No.
I have Bruce
Go to
Cox,
Bruce.
Stewart, quite possibly, and Renee Jones.
I don't see Renee unless she's she's in
He
already.
was here,
She's in already.
and Rick's here with us too.
So as you know, I'm one of the liaisons to the Harbor Commission. Councilor Burk held a joint workshop last year where we had different committees and commissions. And we talked about better communication throughout the year, and we talked about working together to move our agendas forward. This agenda item and the next agenda item have been on the Harbor Commission's menu and agenda for several months now, and I thought that putting it on our agenda could help move things forward. With the administrator here, I was hoping that maybe the planner would be here, but I know she's on a leave. So as the councilors remember, we've allocated funds to open up and build that small dock right there on Grinnell's Beach and Stonebridge. Unfortunately, if my Harbor Commission people are not here, we may need to table this.
We're here.
Yeah, they're here.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're here.
Good evening.
So, it's okay, go ahead, Bill.
Can you hear me, Bruce?
Yes, I can. Quite well.
Thank you. Thank you for putting in the extra hours tonight. I appreciate it. If you could tell us where we are in regards to the dock right now, and maybe Mr. Stewart's plan for the existing dock, I would appreciate it.
Right. To refresh people's recollection, this is the dock that for years consisted basically of the platform just north of the Stone Bridge abutment. Now with the reconstruction of the abutment, that dock was allowed to be rehabilitated with a maintenance permit with CRMC. And we were fortunate enough to have acquired some floats and such for free from the state of Rhode Island's project up underneath the Scott River Bridge. And the town and the commission proposed a budget to the council, $10,000. And fortunately, we were able to get all the work done and the floats installed. And the biggest expense with any time you mess with docks is the pilings that we spend almost $5,500, if memory serves me correctly, of repositioning pilings, because that takes some serious equipment. And you know, Mr. Souza was very good at getting the floats in there and putting it in. He actually was the individual with the equipment to get it done. And he gave a lot of his time to it. He actually acquired a $5,000 ramp, negotiated it down to $2,500 and had it modified. So we have, I believe, very nearly a handicap accessible dock, at least the platform. Dave has been the spearhead on this project. He, as you may or may not know, had this Conover Boathouse, if I'm not mistaken, that's the name of it, for years down there by the bridge. And he can speak more accurately than I can with regards to the demand for kayaks and small boat access to the water and how to facilitate that. So with that, I'd like Dave to pick up on this.
Thanks, Bruce. No, I think, it's such a wonderful asset we have with the whole abutment, and the bridge had been, years ago when I moved to town, the dock was, an active dock, and over the years it just had problems and there was really, nothing. So we were able to recycle and get the docks in there and a ramp, and really it's a ongoing thing. What we'd love to do is try to expand the waterfront along there. And we talked to Renee the other day with the economic development to try and find out ways that we can maximize the whole waterfront there, kind of in front of the professional plaza. And if you go to Newport and Bristol, they have town kayak racks that they work with a lottery system so that the residents or anybody that wants them puts in a name. And I know that one in Newport's coming up any day now. They've been very, very popular. And as Bruce said, for 15 years, I owned the kayak shop down on Riverside Drive. And kayaking is extremely popular. It's a wonderful place where we are right now. You can go to Bluebell Cove, and so that you can do the kayak racks. We'd also like to definitely take advantage of the existing docks that we're going to have put back in the water. And again, work on a lottery system. And we could put in, we're not 100% sure, but I would say at least 10 to 15 dinghies up to 12-foot length. And the going rate, I'm on the waterfront committee at 2 yacht clubs in Newport, and I know that demand, and I know from Kenny Hilton and whatever, but we could easily get $300 a season for somebody to take a dinghy there. And eventually we could also do some storage for smaller boats that people would want to pull up, maybe 8 or 10 footer boat or an inflatable boat, pull up on a float. And I think what we're looking for is some support from the town and the planning board and the economic development to let us move forward with this. And I think it's a tremendous opportunity between the Grinnell's Beach, which I was quite involved with, the Stone, Bridge abutment, and now the docks. It's just almost all the pieces of the puzzle together. We just really need the, I'm not sure what we asked for, the permission or whatever, the support to go forward and do this. And it's, like I say, and Bruce said, all the major pieces are really there. And then the waterfront, when you go down there right now, you can see where Fred had stored the docks up on land, but that could easily be replaced with dinghy racks. And the thing is, it's going to be a revenue generator. And you could bring in at least $3,000 to $5,000, $4,500 just on the dinghy tie-ups. Plus, down the road, we could eventually bring the harbor master's boat and the fire boat into an extension of the dock, which is certainly feasible. It's plenty of water, and we'd save $7,000. Right now, we're paying standards $3,500 per boat per season, and the boats could go there. So it's not just there's revenue generation, and also when we look at our Tiverton harbor plan. Right in there, it says additional revenue potential is through kayak fees, dinghy dockage, and storage within the harbor should be explored. So it's really.
So Dave, let's back it up just a little bit. Let's talk about the dock that we have now.
Yeah.
We want to turn that into something useful. And last year we had talked about renting out spaces, dinghy spaces on a portion of the dock, right?
Correct.
So do we have a game plan for that?
Well, all we have to do it is physically go down there and put the proper, which actually we already have. So we have the physical plan to do it. It's just organizing with, the town's permission, a structure of how much we're going to charge. We've got to put signage up. We got to establish rules. We got to make it right. We got to make it safe. But all the other towns do it. So I mean, it's not, it's certainly a feasible thing to do. And
my next question is, would there be space to also put the harbor master boat and the fire department's boat?
definitely, the way it is now, if we were to do that, we would end up wiping out a tremendous part of the dock. So the ideal plan would be to, on the east side of the existing dock, once it's in the water again, would be for resident dinghy storage. The west side would be for transient, so people who come in and you'd have a sign that, 30-minute tie-up max, or, an hour and a half, whatever it is. And then if those boats are basically overall about 30 feet long. So if you were to put them in the existing place, you'd really pretty much wipe out a major portion, but you could easily extend those docks. Like Bruce said, if you just drove 2 more pilings in, we could, extend that dock enough to put those 2 boats in there. And I mean, right away, if you did that, that's $7,000 you're saving them.
Right. That's what I'm thinking of. Probably that money could be used to do whatever.
No, and it's a capital improvement, like we were just talking about. I mean, that's something now the town owns the dock. We're not renting from. And Kenny and Stans could fill up. I mean, he's got a waiting list for people for slip, so he'd be happy to change it. So no, I mean, it's got to go in stages. It's got to go phase 1, phase 2. Right now, phase 1, we've already got the docks in there. Now we have to look at how we hold the lottery, how we do to fill up the resident docks. The transient thing, that's a no-brainer. People are going to come there and talk, and that's going to benefit the restaurants, the Cumberland Farms, all the different little people. And but I think the long-term plan would be to bring those boats down there. Plus, it would really add a lot to the whole presence. They would see 2 town boats that are in nice shape and kind of taxed hours at work, and the boats would be ready to go. And security would have to be addressed, but that's that can be done. And we have to. Right now, we have some cameras down there that we did with Grinnell's Beach.
Yes.
Extremely accurate, very, very powerful cameras. And we put signs up that alluding to that fact. But again, we just need to, I don't have all the answers, but I know that other people are doing it. And it's just a question of getting the people in the right committees together, subcommittees or whatever, to work on it. And
well, I think the first thing that has to be done is this has to be presented to the Recreation Committee to see how they feel about that. And Stu could not make it tonight, but I do know that he will. I'll be very open to listening to this because they are in charge of the beaches. And then if Chris, am I right? The first would be to go to them.
Yep.
All right. And then from that point on, the Harbor Commission, Recreation Commission, Renee could get involved in what we need to do as far as bringing businesses in to rent these kayaks and everything.
it wouldn't bring businesses. We wouldn't get in that would be residents would own those kayaks. That's
okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. 'Cause
That's
what I
not,
was worried about.
you're not getting any businesses involved.
So these residents would bring in their kayaks. Okay, I get it.
Exactly. And what they do in Newport and Bristol, they have a lottery, and anybody that wants one, they put in their name, and then the lottery takes place on a certain day. And if there's 25 spaces, whoever gets the right number gets a space. And you might get lucky and get a couple years in a row. You might only get it 1 year, but and it turns over. The Lex in Bristol are all full.
I'm just going to step in real quickly. I have actually spoken to Bruce Cox, and we have, as part of what we've been trying to do and promote with the Economic Development Commission, we started the last meeting having people from the different commissions come and do a presentation. I think we've talked about having a town-wide one, but we've gone ahead and started with that so we can get to understand what the different commissions are doing and understand where we fit in and where we can help. So they did a presentation for us, the Harbor Commission did a presentation for us along with the Historic Advisory Board this past Thursday. In terms of the Tiverton Economic Development Commission involvement, there is an action item right in the comprehensive plan that talks about completing a waterfront plan to promote utilization of Tiverton's waterfront for marine dependent uses that would enhance the local economy while maintaining the town's maritime and residential character. So I think that's how we would sort of be starting to get involved in terms of looking at an overall plan, just not only just Grinnell's Beach, but are there other areas of town that could be the Harbor Commission or the Recreation Commission could work on with us, or we could work with them to see if there's other ways we could promote some more waterfront use. So that's, I think, with the purpose of why EDC was sort of looked at as something to get involved with this project. Certainly they have the answers in terms of the nuts and bolts of how to put this together. And as you're talking, clearly they have to come up with a way of, like you're saying, the lottery. How is that supposed to be done? Who gets chosen? How does the money get funded? Those are the nuts and bolts parts that still have to be worked on. But I know I've already I'm planning on going to the meeting on the 22nd to find out more about it and to see where we can fit in and where we can help. I think
the main committee that needs to weigh in on this is the Recreation Committee right now.
Yeah, I think that makes sense because they're actually on the waterfront. They're already there with the beaches, and certainly there's an impact one on the other. But I'm more than happy, like I told Bruce and Dave, I'm more than happy to go to the meetings and get some, and be part of that when recreation comes in too. That's fine by me. I think that's important. And if I can put a plug in right now, that's for everything. I really do think the town needs to be looking at getting the commissions together, because there is, it was very helpful to have the historic group there because they actually answered a couple of questions that they had the answers to that we didn't have the answers to. And I think that that's what happens, throughout the town. So I'm more than happy to work with the Harbor Commission and Recreation and just to be part of it to see if I could, we can help in any way.
Good. Mike, Councilor Burke, you have your hand up. You're on mute.
Couple things, thank you. Dave, I appreciated your presentation at the Economic Development Commission meeting the other day, and certainly, from a conceptual standpoint, I like a lot of the ideas. What I need is more meat to look at, to evaluate, should we approve this? So for example, as we discussed, the beaches fall under the Recreation Commission. So they're going to have to sign off on anything that is on the beaches. I know the dinghies are on the other side, but you're talking about the kayak rentals or kayak spaces on the beach side. So that's part of it. And I think there was some discussion, I don't see it on this, so I might be off, of possibly doing something similar with kayaks down at Fogland. But again, one side of that is the Recreation Commission. The other side is actually open space. So it would include that. And there's nothing that precludes, and I know Chris is wanting to get and it's really under his purview to get the committee chairs together again. But there's nothing that precludes committee chairs from talking to each other. And I would, really expect that we would do that. Renee reaching out to the other folks who came the other day to the EDC is a good example. Because sometimes, I didn't know, for example, until at one of the Recreation Commissions, that Recreation Commission actually oversees all the rights of way. So the right of way to Jack's Island falls under them. The right of way up at the north end of town near the oil tanks falls under them. I didn't know that until we had a discussion with that. So I think that's an important thing. And what, if any, and again, I'm sure you guys know this better than I do, role does CRMC and or DEM play in this, and how do we address that? And I'm not clear. So I guess what I'm looking for is almost like a business plan of how to proceed with this. Look, you talked about location, but specifying that, making sure there's, understanding of who has to sign off on what, who's managing the process, the day-to-day process, so to speak, of collecting the fees, where do those fees go, and how are they set? So they would most likely have to be set by ordinance. So we'd have to see some type of ordinance come to us on that and have public hearings on that and the like. So conceptually, I think it's a great idea. I just need to see some more meat on the bones myself.
Bill?
I think we have numerous topics and numerous projects. And I think some of them we're in the beginning stages of conversation. But we do have an existing dock. And I think the conversation of what to do with this dock this summer should kind of be focused in on tonight. How do we rent out space on this existing dock to these dinghies? I think is kind of what we should focus in on, maybe, seeing that we built this. I definitely would like the administrator to chime in on this. Go ahead, Denise, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Chris?
So in order to do the fees, we're gonna have to amend the fee ordinance, which is gonna take a public hearing process to go through. So we're gonna have to iron out what that fee is gonna be, the structure of it, how they're gonna get generated, all that's gonna get done. And then we're gonna get on the next possible agendas to get, because they have to be advertised. You can't just charge a fee without going through the fee ordinance.
Also, I want to make it clear that part of the sell point for that dock was to put the town-owned boats there. So I would like some plan to do that also, to save the money.
See, I don't know. I thought that was in the extension of this existing dock, because I think the harbor master, speaking to him, has an issue with parking a boat in an area, a public area where people can have access to it. I thought that the conversation last year was then to expand this dock and then to add the fire and the harbor master vehicle to this existing dock. And then maybe secure it with a fence or whatever. So the public can't hang out in their boats on Saturday nights or whatever. That would be an issue of town property if we just parked it on a public dock. So I thought this was part of the expansion of this existing dock, but we have an existing dock now. I just kind of wanted to focus over the winter and in the spring as to how we go about this process of utilizing this dock at least. And then we can always talk about those other issues down the road this year.
Right, so I think Mike had a point. A plan needs to be brought to us. With
The
combination of the recreation committee, the harbor master. I don't know who would be responsible for collecting these fees.
Well, I mean, these are things that I'm sure can be worked out. I mean, other towns do it. If we have to meet with the recreation committee, we do it. But I mean, collecting fee, they collect fees when you go to the beach. I mean, it's not like it's.
Well, right. That's why I think the recreation committee should be on board right from the beginning.
Well, that's terrific. That's terrific. And we just have to figure out how to do it. And as far as tying the boats up there, as I said earlier, it's got to be done in stages. Right now, that dock is not sufficient to accommodate those boats properly. Is because, as Bill said, you have them safely stored, and they would have to be at the end, and they would have to make sure they're fine. You'd have to drive a new pilings, and you'd probably have to have a new dock. But again, that would happen, and you'd probably be able to pay for all that with the first year money that you're not given to standage. But this is a work in progress. I'll admit right now, I don't have all the answers. All I know is I see the potential, and if we have to work with other committees, that's great. I mean, that's what it's all about.
Perfect.
Now that we have the dock in place, and because we had the facility existing, the platform and then the floats, it was put in place, and it's on my agenda for actually this February to start the process of identifying the best means of arranging a tie-ups locations and such on the dock. Get a subcommittee going of the harbor management group to facilitate the utilization of this dock. Bill asked us to come on board here and give you guys a sort of a summary of where we're at and where we're going. I mean, the dock system, and these things don't go fast, unfortunately. It was installed last summer actually in the fall, and then stored, all as part and parcel of the budget, and it'll be reinstated as part of that same budget. And now we know what we have, we see it in the water, and how can we best facilitate utilization of this dock to make it most functional.
Could you reach out to the chairman of the Recreation Committee, and maybe he could be part of your subcommittee also?
Oh, absolutely.
And that's who I would expect would collect the fees. I'm not sure though. But Chris would have to be involved in this also.
Yeah, I'll talk to Stu this week. I know he was away. I think he's back.
Yeah, he called me and he wanted to be here, but he couldn't be.
Okay.
Denise, can I ask a question? The harbor master is in charge of the moorings out in the water. He accepts applications and installs. And does he collect the fee too? How does Bruce? How does the harbor master deal with the moorings?
All the moorings are renewed each year by the owners of those moorings, and you send in your application and you send in your check. And so yes, the harbor master collects all that money and gives it to the treasurer to deposit in the general fund. And so to some degree, I would, whether it's recreation or the harbor master, I don't care. I think in my own head, it's logical that the harbor master would be the candidate for receiving these fees because it has to do with boats. But I can see that it's also boats that are on land and recreational areas. So it's an interesting question. And
Well,
boats
I
are
think-
peculiar. Boats are peculiar. There's ways of handling boats that are not necessarily self-evident to everybody. So it depends on what the recreational chair has in the way of knowledge of that.
Oh, he has a lot of knowledge with boats. You'll find that out. Jay Edwards?
Well, just one question. Nobody's mentioned this, but when we start talking about extending and enlarging docks, isn't the other gorilla in the room DEM?
Absolutely.
Well, we've already,
You know how long that can take.
we've already spoke.
It's not DEM, it's CRMC would be.
CRMC.
I'm sorry, CRMC, but yeah.
We've already spoken with them, and we can build out basically under a maintenance program, whatever else that it can be done. I mean, there is some red tape involved. That's why we're not going to be able to put those boats in there. But there's definitely room. There's definitely depth, and it could be done. But if you read the papers, CRMC right now is they've got so many issues that.
But it'll still require permitting and.
Yeah, but it's not like it would be almost under a maintenance thing rather than new. If it was starting from new, that's why we were able to get this thing in there. I spoke with the guys at CRMC, and they granted this, even though the original dock was pretty much gone. He was nice enough to give us a maintenance repair rather than starting from scratch. And so, I mean, that is an issue, but and that's what. Phase 1, phase 2. Right now, we've already got 60 feet of dock there that we should utilize. The next step would be another 30 feet. And we've got the room to do it. We've got the depth to do it. This is not going to happen overnight.
All right, so your opinion, they could probably let us add another 30 feet without a lot of grief.
I don't think it'd be a problem.
Okay.
I mean, it's going to take some time, but I mean, it's not going to happen overnight. But there's no real reason that they can deny it. We've got the water there, we've got the depth, and it's not in a fairway that's going to interfere with anybody else. It's just an extension. And I mean, Bruce knows more than I do about it, but I don't think I certainly think it's possible.
It used to be all state docks there years ago.
Yeah. And that's one reason, if you look in the old days, there was another dock that used to be in between the existing dock and the shore.
Yep.
So you go back into history, it's, we've kind of, rebuilding was there. And that's one reason he gave us the maintenance rather than making us start from scratch.
Okay.
Councilor Burke. You're on mute. Okay.
Thank you. Honestly, I don't hear anybody in disagreement. I think we're all saying the same thing in different ways. I don't hear anybody disagreeing with the concepts that you've put forward, and inclusive of some type of phased approach. And if that first phase is the dinghies, then it's the dinghies. We just need to see the details. And, you know, Chris needs to be involved, as we discussed. We need to see what those fees are. Honestly, I don't care who collects the fees. Whatever makes sense, makes sense. But, you know, right now we have a one-page agenda item, which is good. It gets us started, but it doesn't give us anything that we can really vote on whether or not to approve the plan. We have the concept, we don't have a real plan. So that's all I think I'm asking for.
Well,
Yeah, I think this was just a beginning. We're in February. I thought it needed to come to all of us to get some direction. And that I think that's the purpose of tonight's meeting. So I look forward to working with everyone again, and hopefully the harbor and the rec and economic will all share agenda items, and we can work together to at least work on that dinghy dock and then work on those other phases.
And I also think the administrator needs to be involved, because he could help with the fees.
Oh, definitely.
Talking to CRMs, well, whatever we need to do. And maybe a joint meeting with Chris, the Harbor Commission, Economic Development and Recreation, and include the harbor master.
Okay.
And see if we can get a plan or some kind of plan to us within the next agenda or two.
Okay.
And at least start this off before the summer begins.
All right.
Does that sound okay, gentlemen?
That's great.
Okay.
That's great. Thank you.
You need to do.
Okay. Don't go any, I think we're gonna talk with you guys again. Discussion and possible vote to refer to the solicitor to confirm ownership of Fogland Boat Ramp as related to hazardous conditions.
So another item that comes across the Harbor Commission is the Fogland Boat Ramp. Back in October, they had a meeting and there were some residents who voiced concerns about the condition of the boat ramp. I've taken a couple of rides out there to inspect the condition of the ramp. And I asked Chairman Cox to come on and talk to us about the boat ramp and who owns it and what is the game plan, quite possibly, in regards to that. I've included some pictures. Residents were kind of concerned about the condition and maybe some fishermen using that as their own private dock. So I thought it was a concern, so I thought I would put it on tonight's agenda. So I'll let Mr. Cox explain where we are and what's going on with the boat ramp.
Thank you, Bill. The boat ramp down there has been the topic of discussion multiple times. We've been provided documentation that it really appears that that is owned by the town. And I can provide that to Councilor Marcello. He may even have seen it, that we now own it. The state of Rhode Island had developed it. We co-owned it, if you will. And then with the language within it, their interest in it passed. However, Kevin Cute, who is the right-of-way person he is a person helping us with this harbor management plan, and their right-of-way expert, I've forgotten her name, I apologize, have said that that is identified as a CRMC right-of-way. So not that they have ownership, but it's just identified as a right-of-way to the water. Members of the commission have tried to use that. I have not, because of its proximity, its location, its orientation to the mouth of the Secundit River. it has a tendency to shoal in. In other words, sand comes in, just like you have snow drifts now and that have developed on your roadways because of the wind pushing today's snow around. The same thing happens in the water with the sand. And evidently, there's a propensity for there to be a shallow spot, a spot where you can get a smaller runabout in, and then there's another sandbar in your way, so you cannot escape. So it's a difficult spot, but still one that is used by people with regards to kayaks and smaller boats, sea-doos and such. So it's a item that needs attention in terms of its maintenance. The question is how feasible is it to maintain it for any kind of larger vessel? And that's one of the reasons why the idea of putting dinghy racks or kayak racks down there makes all the sense in the world. Dave can probably explain what he probably used to do years ago and as an entrepreneur. Dave?
Yeah, no, you could easily put the cameras down there, and it's responsibility of people that own the boats to take care of them. But that'd be a perfect place to launch kayaks, small boats. I mean, you go down there and the windsurfers are there. It's unfortunately, as Bruce says, with the way the tide is, and that it's going to be an ongoing problem to try to keep that place with enough water so that you can launch large boats there on any regular basis. But it certainly is a very popular access point, and it would be a perfect place. A lot of our clients, they would go down to Fogland Beach because it's an ideal spot to kayak from, and so it's got great potential.
So the reason I put this on the agenda is because I'm a town councilor. I'm concerned about the condition and the rusted rebar that's sticking out of the ground, where these people who do utilize the boat ramp have thrown rocks on top of this rusted rebar so they don't flatten all of their tires. We quite possibly own it, but the state advertises it on their website as theirs or as a co-ownership. So I think that my game plan, and I want the other councilors to weigh in on this, is for the solicitor to come back and tell us who owns this boat ramp. And then maybe kick it back to Harbor to decide as to what we should do in regards to this piece of property that hasn't really been maintained. Should DEM come in and bring more, rebuild that ramp again? I don't know, but I know that it is somewhat of a concern, in my opinion, in regards to the health of that ramp itself, and private residents using that area to utilize either for their businesses or drop their dinghies because their boats are moored out there.
Okay, so my question is, does DEM have anything to do with this? Because it sounds like Tiverton owns it. CRMC has it as a right of way, correct?
Correct. DEM is not involved in this aspect of it. No, the utilization of the waterfront, ocean waters, if you will, is exclusively CRMC.
Right.
This is not DEM jurisdiction at all.
So who's responsible for the maintenance of that? It would be the town of Tiverton.
It very well might be the town of Tiverton, and that's the issue that Bill brings to the table, is that it looks like it was, something that became yours by operation of the original agreement, and it's not something that people had their fingers on.
So we would refer this item to Attorney Marcello to get a real answer on who owns this.
That's correct.
And then, once again, I suggest at that point, we have to bring the Recreation Committee into it again.
Absolutely.
Yes, because they are in charge of the right-of-ways. And then have some kind of a cost plan on what it would cost to make this what the Harbor Commission think it could be. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I I
Bill?
have a little bit of a different opinion regarding that. If you look at my backup, the cooperative agreement between the town of Tiverton and the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management, I put the year that it was signed, 1995. This was an agreement that looks like the town and the DEM got into back in 1995. And it does say in paragraph number 4, the division will supply replacement slabs to the town on an as-needed basis. The town will keep it in good repair, but the division will supply replacement slabs to the town on a needed basis. So in my opinion, that's something that the Harbor Commission and the solicitor should look into in regards to replacement of these slabs, in my opinion.
All right. Well, so Mike, we have another job for you. We're going to refer this to you. And I'll put it on the agenda to see if you come up with a answer to our question. And then once we find out who's responsible for this, then we'll go forward. Is that okay, everyone?
That's great with
Dave?
That sounds fine.
Okay, I don't want to take over something the Harbor Commission is doing, but this would be the best way to move forward, I think.
No, that's definitely the way to go.
Okay. All right, so we'll refer this item to the solicitor, and I'll put it on either the next agenda or the agenda after that, depending on how Mike's research goes.
I think Chris wants to wait.
Yep, I hear Chris.
No, I know you're gonna refer it. I was looking to move 8G forward so I can get Tim Tees.
All right, yeah, and then, well, I was looking to move 8G forward, but there's 2 school committee members that I'm sure are enthralled with our conversations right now, but I would like to move them forward too.
Okay, it's up to you.
Yeah, so,
thank you, guys.
Mike,
Thank you.
do I have to make a motion to
Right.
refer it to you, or is this okay? Mike Marcello?
I'm sorry, okay, I'm okay, I got it, and I'll talk to Bruce
Okay.
soon.
Okay, perfect. So right now I'd like to entertain a motion to move 8G up.
Thank you, Dave.
Guys,
Thanks,
So
Dave.
move.
thank you very much. I appreciate all your help.
All right,
So
David. So 8G, I have a motion to move it forward. Do I have a second?
Second,
All those in favor, Councilor Vieira,
Yes.
Councilor Burke,
Yes.
Councilor Janick,
Yes.
Councilor Edwards,
Yes.
Councilor Cook. Councilor Cook. I think Donna fell asleep. Where is she?
No, I'm not asleep. You just can't see me. I'm cloaked.
Right. You
Yes.
say yes, okay. And I mean, Councilor Perry, did I ask you?
yes.
I always forget you. And I'm a yes. All right, let's, town administrator.
So as I told you, as we were going through the process to find a contractor to do the closure of the landfill, there is definitely going to need to be extensive oversight on this project. Tim and his company have done a very good job of working through the regulatory matters to get this process so that the town can do this appropriately. And I do recommend that PAR be granted the ability to oversee this project, so because they know exactly what needs to be done. This is a very daunting process that we're going to go through, and I trust Tim and his company to ensure that we do this appropriately and that we follow all the DEM rules and regulations and things that need to be followed up to make sure that this is done properly.
Any
I know it's
questions?
expensive, but it's appropriate.
Any questions from the council for Tim? No. Rick, would you like to add anything?
No, thank you. Well, yes, the only thing I'd like to do is to echo Chris's sentiments. DPW would be very happy with PAR continuing their services and oversight of the landfill closure. They've been doing an excellent job. Thank you.
Any other questions from the council before I entertain a motion? I'd like to entertain a motion to approve contract addendum with PAR Corporation to manage / monitor the landfill closure project.
You want to put the fee in, or
Excuse me?
you want to add the dollar amount or not?
It's public. It's, this has been posted since last week, so it's 2 phases to it. It's 168,300 to do the first phases of it for the basic services. And the day-to-day operations of the 70 weeks that we're expected to be there is another 328, for a total of $496,300.
And this is part of the whole,
Oh, don't get me wrong, I wasn't questioning the amount. I just wondered if we wanted to, as part of the motion.
yeah, we
include
can
that,
put
that's
it in
all.
the motion.
Okay.
But also, this is part of the whole landfill project that we were expecting this
It is.
cost. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that
With the
motion.
amount,
For the amount of, estimated amount of $496,300.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, and Donna, I see your hand up, so is there a discussion?
See, where's the money coming from?
So it'll be coming from the landfill closure account or from whatever monies that we borrow that we have a delta that we don't have at the moment.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Wow, okay.
But we do have the landfill closure account, which is the money from the pay-as-you throwbacks, correct?
Right.
Which we are missing some money from there, but we do. I think last I knew, how much do we have in there, Chris? 8?
10.1.
Oh, okay.
Almost 11,
That's what I
almost
thought.
11 million.
Okay. And that was the reason that the prior council made this restricted fund with the pay-as-you-throw.
Correct.
In anticipation that this was going to happen.
So the only question I have, and Mike can help me word this correctly. So, and I have no preference as to the council signing this or myself with the assistance of Mike Marcello to make sure that it gets appropriately, this contract gets signed. So Denise, you can sign it the next time you're available, or it just needs to be who's going to sign this contract.
I can sign it tomorrow if you have it ready for me.
That's fine. Yep.
Is that okay with the council?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I have a motion and a second. Councilor Vieira,
Yes.
Councilor Burke, Councilor Janick,
Yes.
Councilor Edwards,
Yes.
Councilor Cook,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
and I'm a yes.
Thank you, Tim.
Tim.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Tim.
Nick.
That's okay. Have a good night.
You
Thank
too. I'd like to entertain a motion to bring 8J, discussion review of the proposed Tiverton School Department 5-year capital plan as proposed to be submitted to Rhode Island Department of Education for approval and potential reimbursement, discussion of right procedures and regulatory requirements, and submission deadline, possible vote to approve.
So moved.
So I have Jerry in here. I have another school committee member, Elaine, if we want to bring her in.
There's 2 lanes. I don't.
I think they're both her, right, Jerry?
I don't know.
They may be. I'm not sure.
I'll promote her in, but I'm not.
All right,
she
promote one
may
in
just
and
be
I'll
on a
see if
phone,
it's.
So
Yeah, she's usually, Elaine, is that you?
That's me. It's
Okay.
me. Twice.
Yeah,
All right.
you're here twice, Elaine, but that's okay. It's better than not being here at all.
So there's nobody else from the school committee, Chris?
I don't see anybody.
No, I don't see anybody, Jerry, it's
Okay.
only the both of you.
All right, great, because we had posted just in case we had a quorum, but it doesn't look like we do.
No, you
So
don't.
do we do a motion, Denise?
Yeah, I know. I need a motion to bring them forward.
I made the motion, but now we need a second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Edwards, second by Councilor Vieira. Councilor Vieira,
Yes.
Councilor Burke,
yes.
Councilor Janick,
Yes.
Councilor Edwards,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
and Councilor Cook. Donna? Well, I'm a yes. And Donna's there somewhere. Donna? All right, we'll move forward. Who would like, Jerry, would you like to start? So this
Sure.
is so that we get the reimbursement from the money
Right.
from the casino.
Right, so we did not want to speak specifically to you to represent the school committee, so just to be clear, I'm just speaking on my own behalf, but
Yes. And I was at the meeting the other night, so I kind of, okay.
right. So basically we met last week, and as you may recall, the council allocated approximately $2 million to the school committee to do renovations of various sorts. In order to receive reimbursement, we have to submit a capital plan to RIDE. And the matter before you tonight, you should have received a sort of financial summary, is to submit to RIDE what's called a stage 2 application to do $1,063,713 of renovations in the high school bathrooms and $265,261 for the athletic field light pole replacements, for a total of $1.328974 million, of which we expect to receive approximately 40% reimbursement, or $531,589.60, with a total cost to the district ultimately, or the town, of $797,384.40. So this is what's called a stage 2 application. It's somewhat binding on the town in that we have to complete 50% of the work within 5 years. However, since the money's already been allocated, we are expecting to complete really 100% of the work within the next 12 months or so.
We've also completed some of it, right? Oh, no, we haven't yet.
No, we haven't really
No, we
proceeded
haven't
with
yet.
any of it.
Okay.
So we do have what's called an emergency application for $500,000. So if you sort of had some questions about the difference between the 1.3 and the 2 million, we were able to submit a $500,000 emergency application, and that's actually going just to the middle school. So there is some equity between the two schools, and sort of brings you up to the, a little less than $2 million, because some of it's not reimbursable of the money allocated in the fall. So it's sort of two parallel processes. But what this application does, with this town council's approval, is allows for the reimbursement essentially from the state. So that's the gist of the issue. Denise, I don't know if you wanted me to talk about the stage 1 for September or
Nope,
not.
I think that's a whole nother thing we're gonna put on an agenda.
Okay.
Because we really need to discuss that in length with a whole bunch of people, including RIDE, in my opinion. Okay, so my question right now is, and I'm sorry, I've had quite the day, but did I receive the letter that our attorney asked for, stating what the intent of our vote is? Right, Mike, am I right about this?
Is that a
Mike
question to
Marcello?
me or to Mike?
I think at the last school committee meeting, it was indicated that RGB was looking either for a letter of support to show the council support for this phase 2 project, and I have not received such a letter, but they also said that as long as the minutes reflect a positive vote, then we could submit a letter later. So.
Yeah, RGB's opinion on Friday anyway was that a letter technically is not necessary. It was really just a vote recorded in the minutes that the council supported it. Having said that, I know one of the documents that RGB sent was a letter.
Yep, it's right here.
Yeah, it was really addressed to the council that you could basically take the text of that and transpose it into council letterhead or town letterhead that would, amount to the same thing.
I think Chairman Locken, just from the benefit of the rest of the council, the ride requires, some kind of commitment or acknowledgement by the town that they're committed to the project, and then obviously there's funding involved, so that they're committed to the funding. In this case, you've already committed the funding, so it's kind of a fait accompli, but it's just really kind of just dotting your i's and crossing your t's. So that's where we are tonight. So the chairman is right, is that this will ensure at least, is it 35 or 40% reimbursement? So
our base is 35% when you add in health and safety, because this is a bathroom renovation issue that, the bathrooms are anywhere from 60 to 50 years old. You get an additional 5%. And then, just to gloss a little bit of the whole process, which, it'd be useful to talk about again. You might get another 5% if it was an educational issue as well.
Right.
Bathrooms are educational in some ways, but they're not recognized by RIDE in that way.
So without an approved plan, members of the council, well, further, this is just a submission of a plan, but once RIDE approves it, then you're pretty much guaranteed you're going to get the 35 to 40% reimbursement on those projects that are in the plan. And then you
That
move
certainly
forward.
has been the history, yeah.
Yeah.
So my understanding is this vote is all we need to do, Mike?
Correct. Correct. And then obviously you've already committed the money, and so they got to spend the money and complete the project basically within 5 years.
So let's, I'm looking at a letter, and I'm sure the whole council got it. It was addressed to Dr. Sanchioni. And it says HSM, it spells it out. RGB spells out the process. And it said HSMS toilet room renovations, 1,063,713. And athletic light pole replacement, 265,261. For a total of 1,328,974. Does that all sound correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's correct from my numbers, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm looking right at RGB's letter.
Yep.
Okay, so we need a motion.
I think Mike Burk has his hand up.
Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry, Mike.
And I can make a motion at the same time. I appreciate that. There may not be a requirement for a letter, but we did ask for one. We asked for a letter of support. I don't see that here, so I'm very disappointed in that. And honestly, Jerry, I don't have a lot of faith in your architects and what they tell us. So I do have faith in what you tell us. I don't have faith in what they tell us. This letter also is not to the council, it's to the superintendent. Right. I mean, that's, again, may seem a little picky point, but if we're working together, we need to make sure that our needs are being met as effectively as possible. That said, I'm going to try to word a motion that the Tiverton Town Council supports the Tiverton School Committee's application for district housing aid reimbursement as outlined in the letter from RGB architects to Dr. Peter Sanchioni. Actually, this says Mr. Superintendent of Schools, dated February 11th, 2022.
We want to include dollar amounts, or
it's all in the memo. It's all in the memo.
Stick to the memo. Okay.
So Mike, just to sort of to your point, so there's two different letters. One is from RGB to Peter, and that is the financial summary. There's another letter. I don't know why they drafted it the way they did. It's actually addressed to Denise. I don't know if you guys received that. That would be the
I don't see that in my email.
I saw that, Jerry, but I couldn't really open it.
Okay.
And I don't see it at all in the emails that I received.
It was, it just wouldn't, it wouldn't. All right, so Mike, did you make a motion?
Give me clear.
I'll second it.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor Councilor Burke,
Yes.
Councilor Vieira,
Yes.
Councilor Janick,
Yes.
Councilor Edwards,
Yes.
Councilor Cook,
No.
Councilor Perry, Councilor Perry,
Joe?
I don't think he's there. I mean, yes. Unanimous, well, one,
No.
one abstention.
And one no.
And one no. Sorry, guys. Okay, thank you, Jerry and Elaine.
Denise, I voted yes.
I didn't ask you, did I?
You asked me and I voted yes. There was no
Yes, so,
abstention. There's
so
no
it's,
I think it was
so it's
five-
5 yeses,
5-1-0,
no,
something
and
like
I'm
that.
counting
5-1-1.
Joe as an abstention
I'm
because I
sorry.
can't find him. All right, thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Before
so
go,
much.
Are you going to add an item to the agenda
No,
or?
I'm not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, town administrator, Mike, could you take over for a couple of minutes? I have a
So
little problem here. Mike,
The
Burke,
next
could you
item-
take over?
was 8E.
My mouse. So, yeah, we are back up on 8E, Town Administrator Discussion and Possible Proceeding with American Recovery Act public funding.
So I provided back in September a spreadsheet and a memo, and I updated the memo. As you can see, it says updated on 2/9/22. And it's the highlighted items that are of the most important at the moment. And at the bottom of the spreadsheet, well, let me explain the spreadsheet. Originally, when the American Recovery monies came out, there were different categories, as you can see across the top. We did gaming, CARES money, and then the rest of it was American Recovery monies, and it was the NEU revenue losses, the county revenue losses, the county sewer and water, county broadband, and county COVID mitigation. Well, all those categories are not at all applicable anymore to Tiverton because the federal government changed the rules so that as long as a governmental purpose, any of these monies can be expended without having to be going through these different buckets of categories. So at the very bottom of the spreadsheet, you'll see that the APRA funds will then recategorize. And like I said, when I put this together, these are just my views. The town council needs to weigh in. We should probably have some public hearings. We can definitely bring in some of the department heads, but the ones in yellow are pretty much the ones that have the highest priority that I see that this town has as far as desperate needs that need to be done so that we can continue to operate as a community. A lot of these are the items that we have pushed off for years or that we pushed off when COVID hit and we just couldn't do it. Paving is one of them. Actually, there's a couple of items that aren't really on here that need to be addressed as well, and that's the OPEB payments that we deferred. There were two of them at $100,000 that we didn't do. But there's, some radio communications, there's a ton of IT work. As a matter of fact, this weekend, this town hall had completely crashed. Dave Robert was very instrumental in helping us get up, but we are on very thin ice on how we're operating here. But we need to get the police department onto some broadband when this, they are gonna get, I'm not gonna say they're gonna be forced. All police officers in the state are gonna be going to body cameras, and we're gonna need broadband for that to work. We have some records management issues that we need to resolve that we have just been pushing off. And we definitely need to get some more plow trucks. We still have at least two that we need to, and that's a minimal that we need to replace. Over the last couple of storms, Rick is still wrestling with trying to deal with these older trucks that we have. So some of these things we need to get some pretty, I would like to get some permissions as soon as possible to start looking at expending these funds. We have had some communications with Ocean about bringing broadband in. We've had Cybercom look at all of our radios. The fire department desperately needs to be brought up to be put on the 800 system. They have a system that was thrown away by another community years ago, and they're just falling apart. It's, we keep taking on the chin on the town side of this budget, and we have tons of needs that need to get rectified, and they need to have tools to do their jobs every day. So, but like I said, this is just a general list, and it's well short of the 4.7 million of just the priority items. It's probably around a $3 million, request, but it's even the balance, we really should be putting some issues out for the public to discuss, to see if there are other things that I haven't thought of. I'm sure there are things that you have thought of as council members. As it relates to, like, matching the cops grant, or getting, Newport County Mental Health to help them with that endeavor to do statistics and meet with the clientele as as they go through with some clinicians. There are a number of different things that we could do to provide better services for our constituents in this town. And but there are some needs that I would like the council to entertain, at least on a more priority basis.
Chris, couple of questions. One, so the Excel or the legal size document you gave us, basically the first 2 pages we can set aside now?
That was the old one, and that's what I was trying to demonstrate there, is that there were categories that we had to follow originally. And there were gonna have to be public hearings on every one of those categories. All that requirement has gone away. That it's just any general governmental purpose, as long as it's under $10 million. And that's what we have, 4.7 million.
Right. So you moved everything that was on there onto the last 2 pages.
Correct.
Because of the less restrictive.
And I think I got them all. I may have added some, but I don't think I took any off. So
yeah, and I just want to make sure we know what to focus on now.
Okay.
And that's the last 2 pages.
Yeah,
Correct?
and then the ones in yellow, obviously the ones that I've highlighted that I think need to have some expedited process to them.
Right. Okay. The other thing that I would like to see myself before I'm comfortable with moving forward is I want to see what that actual written guide, the new guidance is.
Okay.
That we received from the feds, and how you determine your priorities. I mean, because they're all needs. Because I guess in my mind, let's say each of us comes forward with two other projects each. So that's another 14 projects with, some type of price tag to them, which may be more than let's say it comes out to 5 million. So how are we going to prioritize within the 4.7, all those projects plus what's here? And certainly, as you said, public input is critical. I think, at least. There was one other piece that I had and I lost that idea. So those are some of the things that at least I was thinking of. I want to see what others have, if they have any other input right now. Anybody? Okay, so.
And I know both police chief and fire chief are here if they, want, and Rick is obviously here if you want to hear, from them is what, and I have talked to them about some of the priority issues that we're looking at. It's just, I agree, there are a ton of things that we could do. It's just getting it so that we get a formulated plan together that is cohesive, that is well thought out, that we try not to miss something. Like I said, I put in 1.2 million for paving, and it's predicated on the fact that we haven't done any paving really in the last 3 years. We cut everything back. We've done everything we could to get us through the loss of revenues. And this is somewhat of a catch up to do some of those projects that needed to get caught up on.
Donna, real quick, I'll get to you in a second. I remember that other question. So the column under where you have requests, are those pretty firm numbers? How, so for example,
they would have to be bid, but they're basically ballparks. I mean, I don't have firm numbers. I haven't gone out to bid on some of these things, and we would need to. I know that, like, when we're talking ocean, we're somewhere around $100,000 to bring a dark fiber connection in. It's it's because of how far away it is. It's,
Yeah, and part of the reason I asked that is I'd hate for us to allocate funds out and then come back and we find out that Ocean's actually going to cost us 30,000 more.
Yep.
And we've already allocated everything. We have no place to go for that money. So Donna, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I'm just, oh, wait a minute. Am I, okay. Newport City Mental Health, $100,000. What's that about?
so in conjunction with the police grant, I would like to have Newport County mental health provide clinicians with the police department to deal with the vulnerable people that have mental health issues. It's, the police can do, we can do some work, but it would be far more effective if we could have the clinicians work with the police department to help mitigate some of the issues that are going on.
So that really wasn't discussed when we went for that grant.
No, it
that
wasn't.
I
but it-
remember. I mean, it just wasn't.
It's not part of the grant. I'm asking.
Well, I
is
know
it-
that, but this type of money was not part of any discussion. All of a sudden, there's $100,000 for, but
Because we weren't talking about this then. We were talking about the grant.
So Donna, I do believe, and if, Chris, can you bring the chief in? I do believe
Sure.
the chief recognized that he would like to at some point engage with Newport County Mental Health. Yes, and he was very clear that it was not a part of the grant. So
wow.
Well, but there's no decision. It's a list of items that Chris is putting forward for us to consider and then determine how we want to go with it. And if it's decided that we don't think that's a good use of money, or we think something else has a higher priority, then that's what we decide. But that's why it's there. It's not like anybody's saying tomorrow we're going to go spend $100,000. Yeah, Chief's here. Chief, can you speak to that piece a little bit?
Mike, I need to step away for a moment or two. My apologies.
Okay.
So the administrator, this $100,000 request, and the administrator can correct me if I'm wrong, came directly from Newport County Mental Health. So regardless of the decision by the council, we are going to utilize the grant that you approved that is coming from DOJ to hire the police officers to liaison with Newport County Mental Health. That is going to happen whether you approve $100,000 or not. So this money was, as the administrator said, given their request to put clinicians on a more full-time basis with us, driving around with the police officers, pretty much embedded with us. That's what this would do. But regardless of what your decision is, we are going to liaison with them anyway. So this is just in addition to.
And if I may, just to give some context to it, one, I'm a strong proponent of this. I do have a question of how we would pay for it further out. So I'm always looking at that because it potentially has an operational effect to it. But Chief, correct me if I'm wrong. I might get some of the cities wrong. Providence has been successful with a model like this for especially their domestic violence calls with family service, with their, I think they call them their GO team. I believe New Haven, Connecticut had a similar program that has been very effective. And I'm pretty sure even Milwaukee is now looking at putting something in place. So many people hear about, all this talk about defund the police. But most people who are really looking at it are looking at what resources can augment police departments so they can focus their job on what they need to do, and the professionals who know how to deal with mental health issues, domestic violence issues, etc., can be there in a supportive role.
You're all correct, sir. As a matter of fact, East Providence also recently utilized their funds. So they hired a citywide clinician to handle all of the town's needs, police, fire, school, all the way across the board, and they're using their opera funds for that. And also to your point too, I mean, this is not only for the community, and I know you and I, we were exchanging emails about, this also talks about the mental health and well-being of your police officers and your public safety employees. That's what this person would do as well.
So I don't have a, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't have a formal proposal from Newport County Health. They did reach out and we would cobble something together, and I was considering doing over a 2-year period, like $50,000 a year. So again, it's just a conceptual, you're right.
Kind of like a wish list. So we didn't agree to that, Donna, but obviously you know where my thoughts are on that. And I did read the article about East Providence, Chief, where they did bring in one mental health worker, and they were hoping that they could bring in a second. So I think it's a brand new program, but well needed.
That's
I'll
correct.
just leave it at that.
I'm very concerned about the cost. When we were discussing the COPS grant, the 4th year was going to be very expensive. And I had put forward that we use opera, and we were told that we could. And now I see an added cost that, whether I remember if it was discussed or not, there didn't seem to be any monetary discussion on that as an extra cost. And would that be how that would be presented as part of staff or liaison staff? I'm not even sure how that works. I just find it very troubling that I personally, I guess I didn't have the full picture, that I was going to be looking. I know it's just a wish list, but $100,000 is there, and everything is costing so much. Maybe it's a good cost, I don't know, but we were very concerned about the cost of this grant, and now I see more money.
Oh,
I don't know how you go on. After the opera funds are gone, we've got this cost, this other cost. I don't know. Well, it's just me, I guess.
Donna, I'm not sure that you're saying anything different than the rest of us. We all are looking at these proposals as proposals. And in terms of us, anything with Newport County Mental Health, it would be a service contract. It would not be staff for the town, for the police, or anything like that. It would be a service contract, which is always, when you write a service contract, it's always dependent on funding availability. But nobody's authorized Chris to go out on a contract. So it's not like he's gonna, call up Jamie tomorrow and say, Jamie, I can sign a contract, unless we decided to do that tonight. But, right now we're just looking at concepts. The other thing is, if you look, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, right above that Newport County Mental Health line is the other money for the COPS grant, correct?
And I believe we figured that to be all 4 years.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that was discussed, and the fact that I think we only went forward because we were looking for where the money was going to come from. And I had asked if we could use the opera funds, and we were told yes. So I'm very, very okay with that. But I also thought that the 2 extra police for community policing was going to cover this. And now I'm finding out that,
You're
there may
mixing
be
apples and oranges.
Well,
You're mixing apples and oranges.
Well, not really, because I'm thinking police, and now maybe that's not enough. And now we're looking at liaisons, and I'm just like really concerned, because all of a sudden everything starts to get bigger, more people. And as you do that, it gets more and more burdensome and expensive for the taxpayers. All right, I'm all set. Thanks.
All right, you have your hand up? Jay?
I do. Okay, so one thing we need to bear in mind is, as has been stated many times, this is just I'll use the term wish list. And to address what Mike said earlier, any one of these can cost more or less than the posted estimate. And one of our jobs is going to be over time to prioritize all these items. So obviously the priority A ones, we really want to get done. And if they start to cost a little more than we thought, that means you start kicking the priority Cs off the list. None of these are engraved in stone. None of them are going to be required. They're just, it's just a list.
So,
And to address what Donna said, the mental health one may, through the process, become a B or a C priority. We don't know yet.
correct.
We just need to work at it.
So there is a couple of priority ones, and I'll get to like the fire. We need to train these men on how to work a ladder truck. There's a certification program that the academy provides. And it would be foolish for us not to get them certified to operate it. I mean, it's the cost of doing business. It doesn't come with the cost of the truck. Granted, the vendor will show us how to use the truck, but being certified on how to operate a ladder is a little bit different. And we do need to put some hose on that truck. We bought the truck, we didn't buy some of the things that go on it. We will transfer some of the equipment from the other trucks, but, we're looking at hose that's probably on the truck that's gonna go into retirement. It's pretty well dated. So, there are some things that are a priority. The other thing is, I know that our sewering, at some point, we're gonna finish the bond up this year on the interceptor, and we're gonna own this thing. We've given pretty much every other aspect of the sewers over to the Tiverton Sewer Authority. Do we do that with the interceptor? And if we do that, we've owned this thing for years, and I can't find any record where we've ever cleaned this thing, where we've ever inspected it, where we've ever cambered it. We need to do some markings of the manhole covers. It's an asset that we own that we have, for all intents and purposes, has just ignored. And it's time to take care of that asset that we own. It was a very expensive asset, and right now there's nothing but brush and trees that are growing up over it. I don't even know where the manholes are. So we're gonna have to go through this process of identifying this asset, and at some point, we need to figure out what we're gonna do with it. But it does need to be flushed and cleaned. It hasn't been done, I don't think, since we've owned it. It's just certain things that we need to do as a community that we have not done. Do I have the answer as to what that's gonna cost? No. Do I have a fairly decent ballpark based on what wastewater has told me? Yeah, but that's, again, we'll go out and get bids and do the things we need to do to do this appropriately. So the things that I've outlined, or at least addressed, initially, are not wishes. They're needs. They're basic needs of running the infrastructure that we have in this town. Would I like to get the wish list? Things that I wish that we had? Yeah, but I mean, I don't think I'm being unreasonable when I'm asking for these kind of things to be done. And I was purposefully tried not to get, to do like carve out all 4.7 million and say, this is what you got to do or else. I mean, that's not what I want to do. These are policy decisions the council needs to make as a whole. But I think they're reasonable policies and things that we need to address as a group.
No. Just kind of maybe a dumb question for Chris. On page 3 of the worksheet, 3 up from the bottom, it's not highlighted, the town hall ventilation HVAC system. One of my concerns with COVID and these federal rescue funds is ventilation in the future. Is it your opinion, because it's not highlighted in yellow, that the HVAC system in the town hall is sufficient and doesn't pose an immediate, attention right now?
So it doesn't rise I'll use the example that somebody used a little bit earlier. You prioritize them like A, B, and C. I would say it's between a B and a C. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have HVAC in this building. You can tell when you're in the town hall in the middle of summer, it's pretty brutal to be in there. It can be awful. But by and large, the way that this town hall is spread out, probably the most congested office would be the clerk's office. The volume of people that come in, the number of staff that are in there, it could be a little bit daunting in there. It to me, just personally, it doesn't rise to the level of the highest priority. We should have a ventilation system here. We don't. It's an older structure. It's the way it was designed. It was the way it was built. And the town never thought that, putting money into an HVAC system was appropriate at the time. Today, it's a little different story. I agree that, it would be more beneficial and more health-wise to deal with that for the entire town hall. So I have it on a list, but it's not the highest priority. To me, the ones that I have there are the things that we need to operate as a community, whether it's the sewer line or whether it's broadband or whether it's IT infrastructure. I mean, when our IT goes down, we're down. We don't have a backup. We're not replicated. And it's pretty scary when you look at this, and this is how we operate as a $50 million enterprise, and we don't really have backups on our computers. It's time to do the things that need to put this town in the 21st century.
Anyone else? So, Chris, were you expecting a vote on any of these tonight? Is that what you
Well,
were
I
hoping
do
for?
know that I would ask for a vote on some minor things like minor dollar amounts, like getting those the fire fighters
The
trained.
ladder pieces.
Deal with the
yeah.
ladder. That ladder truck will be here in a couple of weeks. They, we have carved out time with the academy to help do this. I can bring Bruce in, but I think we have a fairly decent estimate on that training would be about 30 grand. I know Bruce was trying to pin that down today.
So Chris, do we send a truck and people up to the academy?
We may, or we may use a truck that's already there at the time.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily dependent on the truck being in place.
Or that particular truck. It's any stick, it's any ladder stick that they have to be certified for.
But we could start sending them tomorrow if we had the funding.
Well, they have to be in the appropriate class. Bruce, are you there yet?
I am. Good evening, everybody.
Hi, Bruce.
Hey, Bruce. So, Bruce, is that 30,000 pretty close? For the ladder training?
I believe it is. It might even be a little bit over. When we looked at who was not certified in the ladder trucks so far in the department, we took the hours of the class and figured out what the overtime was going to be for that. But what we didn't take into account, because we couldn't at the time, we didn't know, was like what firefighters are going to be on shift during some of the classes. So obviously those shifts aren't going to be, require overtime for those firefighters. But so that's why I say it could be a little bit over.
Meaning that it could be less costly.
Right.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Does anyone want to make, and do you need so I'm trying to chunk this out into, what can we at least wait until the next meeting to think about, or the meeting after that?
So that would be the only item I would ask for at the moment.
Do I have a motion on that at all?
I will make a motion that we authorize the expenditure of $30,000 for the training of firefighters to use the ladder truck, and the money to be withdrawn from the APRA funding.
Second.
Second from Joe. Do I have discussion on that? Seeing none, I'm going to go to a vote. Councilor Vieira,
Yes.
Councilor Edwards,
Yes.
Councilor Janick,
Yes.
I believe Councilor Cook.
Yes.
I think Denise had to step away. Councilor Perry
Yes.
and myself a yes. So that's,
Can I ask a question? Chris,
Go.
hose.
So hose, I can wait 2 more weeks to ask. It's gonna be a quick one, but
Well,
because
the
they're
truck's
gonna have to be-
worthless without the hose, so.
they're gonna have to get certified to use the truck. So they're gonna be training on that truck without that. It's not gonna be functional. We're gonna be operating we're gonna have
For heaven's sakes.
that vehicle will be in the garage, but we're gonna have another pumper there and an ambulance. They won't be using it as a primary truck while they're being trained.
Okay.
So by the time we get that truck, get them to the training, I can wait 2 weeks for that. But if I can get them in training between now and the next 2 weeks, I need a blessing to do that. That's kind of the highest priority on that list. Ideally,
you have that-
those would be next.
You have that
Bruce,
blessings. So
Is
does
there a
it,
lead time on hose?
Bruce?
There is, it's just like with everything else these days, there's probably hose off the coast of California right now, it's crazy. It's crazy. So there is a lead time. I don't have the exact lead time. But,
Well, you know where I'm going with this. I
Yeah,
mean, we want all this to come together when it
So
needs to
let's-
come together. So do we need to fund hose and order it so that it's here in 2 months?
So make a motion to,
hang on, I got other hands up too. Chief, can you?
so yeah,
This
it would,
a song and dance, just,
it would be nice to check that box off and move on to the other things that on my list to get this truck going for sure. It would be a worry that I could check, like I said, check off. It's going to be needed in the future. If we wait 2 weeks, that would probably be okay. But if we're just going to wait 2 weeks and vote on it then, as opposed to tonight, it'd be great just to be able to check that box off.
Agreed.
Joe, you have your hand up?
Yeah, my question is, this training going to be in-house or is this something we're going to send them out? Any idea, Bruce?
I do. So the academy is going to be sending down for the classroom portions, going to be sending down instructors to the station. As far as the road portion of it, the hands-on portion of it, we're going to try to do it here in town. We might have to go to the academy for that. There's a driving course and a few other things that we need to do as part of the certification. And I'm not sure if we're going to be able to figure that out. I'm certainly, when the lead instructor comes down from the academy, the plan is for me and him to drive around town and try to figure out if we can do most, if not all of it here in town. That's my preference for sure, but it just might not. We might have to go up to the academy a few times.
I'm hearing the sense that somebody wants to make a motion. If somebody does, please do so.
yeah, I was gonna make a motion to spend $15,000 for the latter new hose and just have that vehicle ready for full use.
I will second that.
Chris, that doesn't need to be bid out.
It will be, but it'll be sole source. I think there's only
you
1 or
need-
2 vendors that can do this. So
Bid
we will-
authorization.
Yep.
So can we include in that motion to authorize the town administrator to use the purchasing process to bid or sole source for the hose?
Sure.
Are you okay, Donna, with adding that to your motion?
Of course.
And Deb, you're okay with the second on it?
Yep.
Okay, so motion before us is to authorize the expenditure of $15,000 for hose for the new ladder truck and authorizing the town administrator to use the purchasing process to either bid that out or sole source it, whichever is appropriate. Any discussion on that? So I'm moving to a vote. Bill?
Yes.
Jay?
Yes.
Deb?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Myself, yes. So you have authorization for that as well. So Chris, if you can get us the guides,
Well-
and, you know, any other, you know.
You're breaking up an awful lot, Mike.
You know, he's looking for the federal guidance for the APRA changes.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Mike, it's actually on,
I
it's
know.
Mike, it's actually online.
yeah, I'll get it. I know it's voluminous, but
It's four, it's
I'll either get the link and send it to everybody, because it is a lot of paper.
it's 435 pages.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
But it-
God.
but I'll try to zero in on the applicable areas that apply.
And you guys can hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
better.
Yeah, my earpieces were dying. So the other piece of that, Chris, is if you can come back with some semblance, what you started to do tonight was, you know, within those, kind of phase it out, if you will. You know,
Okay.
what has to come first, what should come first, second, third. It doesn't have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but even if it's in
No, I get it.
chunks, you know, it gives us a better sense. And from my perspective, it also lets us say, okay, well, we'll spend down this much now. We'll let you go out to bid, see what the bids come back, and it'll give us a better sense of, okay, the estimates were straight on, the estimates were under, the estimates were over, so now we have, you know, X left to use.
We're gonna be limited anyhow, because we only got half the money in this year and half will come next year. So it's gonna have to be structured but there needs to be a very cohesive plan on where we want to try to go as a total group for all this money, so that, and I get it, and I will try to put together a more cohesive priority, but I think the ones that I highlighted, I think you've seen from our IT infrastructure of late, it's pretty dire. And our roads are pretty dire. We haven't done anything in years. So, and it doesn't, like I said, the roads was just a guess. Based on $400,000 for 3 years, that's what it came to. But, you know, does it have to be that much? I don't know. That's, you know, a policy issue, but there are some real issues that need to be on our roads that we haven't done anything in a long time. So,
And I would
but I'll do
suggest-
something.
Okay, I would suggest, I see it, Donna, hang on one second. I'd suggest to the counselors to get ideas to Chris and Denise too, as to other items, maybe things that are coming up in your commission, you know, your liaison groups that you liaison to that you might want to consider. You may have a hard time putting a dollar amount to that, but at least getting the concepts. I mean, for one, you know, one of the things that came up tonight possibly as an example could be that ramp down at Fogland. You know, if we need to invest money into that. So just think about that, get the ideas. Donna, you had your hand up.
Yes, Miss Rick is here. I just remember him saying that the way the roads are being done, when they do a road, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, it'll be 70 years before they get back to repave that road.
Yes, Donna, currently at about 500 or so thousand, maybe 550 or 600 because the prices are going up. If you went to road A, by the time you got, and went all the way to Z, by the time you got back to A, it would be about 70 years, and roads are not made to last 70 years, which is one of the reasons that a lot of the roads in town are not in great shape. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on this item, or we'll move on if not? Okay, so moving on to item F, 8F, Town Administrator discussion and possible vote to approve contract for tax assessor Dave Robert with contract term 12/11/2021 through 12/10/2024.
So Dave brought to my attention, and it was some of an oversight on my part, his contract ended or expired in December. So, and I do have to spend some time to sit down with him, do an evaluation, all the rest of it to deal with any kind of salary increases. But all this document does is keep his contract alive, bring him on a 3-year period, and we would go through the normal process of evaluation and salary increases or whatever as the normal course of business. But this at least puts the contract as the basis that happens with. So under the salary amount, you can see it discusses where he was, where his last increase was, and that we'll go through this process. I know I have to get him done, Chief Rimel's done, I think Chief Jones and Deputy Chief Costa I plan on trying to get all those done for the next council meeting on the 28th.
Okay.
Didn't we just do his
Who's?
review, Dave
Dave,
Roberts?
yeah, we did. I was late getting it done last year. That's why. It was all retroactive. I mean, we gave it to him retroactive, but, and I'll do the same again with this particular contract as well. It's, and I, you know, Dave does a good job. He's been helping me with Twin River with some issues. Some other clients that we're having issues with. He was instrumental this weekend in getting our systems up and running. I mean, even with some outside services that we had, it took most of all weekend and most of today to get, you know, us back up and running again. And we are still on thin ice.
The Band-Aids are wearing thin.
Yep, they are. They're very thin. So I do think it's appropriate to give Dave at least an existing contract so he has some security that he is working under a contract. And we will deal with the issue of his performance and the remuneration at another date, but it'll be fairly quick after this.
So I want to turn to Dave if he has anything, and then I have a question. I want to see what others have. Go ahead, Dave. Do you have anything you want to say?
No, I don't have anything. Just the renewal of the contract, and just looking forward to moving forward. That's all.
So, and thank you for the time this weekend and today and the like you put in to help fix that.
It's all a team, you know. We all try to pull together, and you know, it is what it is, and you do what you need to do.
So my one question is not necessarily, it's not at all related to Dave specifically, but it seems to me, and I just don't understand this from my experience outside of council, that we are not doing contract renewals in sync with evaluations.
No.
So is there a way, is there a reason for that?
It should have been done. This is my fault. I'll take blame for this. Get by me. But I don't think it's fair for him to be working without a contract at all.
You know, and I said, this wasn't about Dave. It was about.
No,
the
I get
process
that.
of
He does a great job as far as an assessor. I mean, he knows his stuff. But the process just, this office gets bombarded with tons of stuff, as you well know. This one just got by me.
Okay.
Is this taking us to 2023? Is that the deal?
24.
24.
12, 10,
24.
Yep.
Donna, you have your hand up?
I'm just wondering that for this not to quote expire, that is there a process or wording that could be in a contract that it remains in place until the evaluation's done and the contract is renewed, that the present language continues? They don't actually work without a contract. Is there any way to do that? No?
Donna, I'm smiling because basically what I think you're describing is a contract in perpetuity, like the
school department.
Oh,
the school departments. I don't think that's what you want. I don't think that's what you want.
No.
I don't recommend it. It has nothing to do with the person we're talking about. Just it's not a good policy.
No, it has nothing to do with David. I'm talking in a global.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I can see the problems. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Donna, I'm going to give it to you. Would you like to make a motion on this?
You let me take my hand down. Okay. Yeah. I'll make a motion to approve the contract for the tax assessor David Roberts with the contract term from 12/11/2021 through 12/10/2024.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Joe. Any further discussion? Bill?
Before I vote, I want to ask him if he's willing to denounce the Dallas Cowboys at this point. Thank you.
No, we can't do that.
Sorry,
I
Bill.
think-
I have to say, I'm not a football fan, but my nephew posted something the other day. You know, a fake message from Roger, who's the commissioner?
Oh,
No, the commissioner.
Roger Goodell.
Yeah, Goodell. About how, you know, the NFL has realized that they now have had 2 back-to-back Super Bowls where, you know, one of the teams in it is in their home field, so giving them the home field advantage. So now they've decided that
They're gonna go to Dallas.
They're just gonna go to Dallas from now on.
Go to Dallas.
It won't-
You wanna have that problem?
That's terrible.
Ouch.
Anyway.
Next year's our year.
Congratulations, Dave. We're gonna move on to item.
I think we need to vote.
Gotta vote.
Oh, we didn't vote. I'm sorry. That's right, because you asked the question, Bill.
If you're talking about
Bill?
football. That's not
Bill?
in the agenda.
Bill?
Yes.
Jay?
Yes.
Deb?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
And myself a yes.
You're
Congratulations.
stuck with us now, Dave.
3 more years. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 8H, Councilor deMedeiros scheduling budget workshops, tentative dates, Saturday, 2:19 at 11 a.m., Monday, 2:21 at 6, and then Saturday, 2:26 at 9 a.m.
Where'd she go?
She had a doggy emergency.
What were the dates again, Mike?
So they're on the agenda, but it's 2:19 at 11 a.m., which is Saturday, this coming Saturday. Then this coming Monday at 6 p.m., the 21st, and then the following Saturday, the 26th at 9 a.m.
I cannot do this Saturday, but I can do the others.
Mike?
Well, one's a Monday.
It's a holiday too.
Is it a holiday?
President's Day. Mike?
Yes.
Just so you know, I think I sent you a text during the meeting. So the governor did extend the executive order for open meetings for another 7 days, so through the 21st. So to the extent that the council's meeting, you have to, because we don't have the ability to have a hybrid meeting, it would all be Zoom, because you have to televise or transmit the meetings as they're happening, so the public can see it. So at least through the 21st, those meetings would all have to be by Zoom only. And I have it on good authority that the governor is working on some a little bit of a modified executive order to extend the Open Meeting Act and remote meetings through at least March 15th, when all of the executive powers expire under the current General Assembly extension that was granted. So I just want to put that out there, just so you know that if you guys are going to meet this Saturday, it's going to be by Zoom.
Okay.
And Monday.
And Monday. So
All by Zoom meetings, okay.
Deb, do you have a concern about us meeting with that? I mean, I want to try to.
No,
it's
that's
gonna be
fine.
hard to-
No,
Yeah.
don't hold it up. Don't
Okay.
hold it up for me.
Okay.
And I'm not available any Saturday before 11 a.m. So, but that's fine with me if you got to meet.
Okay. So this Saturday is at 11. The Monday is the 6 p.m. Does that work?
Yep,
Okay.
Mondays.
That's fine. Yep.
And then the next Saturday, 9 a.m. Unless folks want to do it a little later. I think Denise had something, I'm not sure. So we're okay with those times and dates then?
Yep.
Any objections?
And Madam Clerk, just make sure that, I'm sorry, no, my hand's up. I meant to, we have to post them as a Zoom meeting, Madam Clerk.
Yep, will do.
Games begin.
Moving on. So the Financial Town Referendum Personnel Changes Advisory Committee. So really Jay and Mike and Chris, I can't do right now 5:30 like we had before our council meetings, at least not this next council meeting. The following one I can, because I have another group for work that meets at that time. So it's a group that is led by young people, and that's the best time for them. So I have to go with the group norms there. So can we, and we should move this along, can we at least schedule a date for next week possibly to do by Zoom? And then at that meeting, we can look at other dates. And Joan, it affects you too, that's right. So.
You mean the week of like the 21st on?
Do you have dates, Mike, that work for you or times?
So I can do the 21st, but we'd have to meet at like 4:30, which I think works. Hang on one second. Because of that 6 o'clock meeting. Yeah, I could do the 21st. I could do right now. I could do the 22nd at 5:30 to be safe. I could probably do the 23rd at any time after 4.
So
I'll make it
good on
easy
all
on you.
those
I'm
days.
good with I'm good with almost any day.
Chris, Mike, Joan.
Do the 21st. The 22nd as well. 23rd might be a little bit difficult, depending what time we meet.
So what if we say 5 o'clock on the 21st? Does that work?
Sure.
Joan, that gives you
Okay.
enough time to, and we can work on an agenda. I'll work on an agenda.
5 o'clock?
5 o'clock, does that work?
No.
Joan, does that work for you?
Yes, and that, the meeting of the council is at 6, so that leaves us an hour.
Right.
Yep.
Yes, unless you want
Okay.
to do 4:30, we can do 4:30 and make sure we have enough time.
You might want to, yeah, maybe you
Alright.
should do 4:30
Okay, let's do 4:30. It might give us, if we get done.
on the 21st, right?
And, Mike doesn't have to drive, so. All right, so
'Cause
let's
it's
let's
Zoom.
do that one, and then we can look at other dates going forward.
Okay.
Okay.
We did item J, so I would entertain a motion to enter into closed executive session under RIG L 42-46-5A2 for the town solicitor to provide us a general update on all pending litigation.
So moved.
I see
Second.
Bill and then Joe
Yes.
second. Yeah, going to a vote. Bill?
Yes.
Jay?
Yes.
Deb?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
And Joe?
Yes.
And myself, yes. So 5 minutes? We want a 5-minute break or?
Sure.
That's cool.
Because
Steve,
Chris is gonna have to get people out too.
Yeah, I will. Steve, do you want to text me a phone number? I don't know if I usually call Andrew or to come back in.
So you gotta be careful when you say that, Jay, because when I think that, it could be a bad thing. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Greener.
Missed the-
We're back.
Thank you.
We're back, okay, sorry. Coming back into regular session, what do I have to do, Michael? I'm
So
sorry.
in executive session, the council received a update on all litigation pending against the town of Tiverton. No votes were taken other than an update, other than a vote to seal the executive session minutes, which carried by a vote of 5-1. Ms. Cook voting in the negative. Seal the minutes.
And
What he
we don't have
said.
to do that vote again?
If you'd like to do it again, that's fine, but I just announced it. Fine.
Okay, okay.
I just do, I make you guys do it twice just to make sure, but it's okay. That's
Okay.
announced.
So a motion to adjourn is in order?
Yes.
Motion to adjourn.
Second,
Joe, Deb,
Thank you, Joe.
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jay?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Deb? Donna,
Yes.
yes. Joe?
Yes. All of the above.
Yes. Mike, yes. Okay, we are adjourned. Thank
Thank
you.
you.